A very beautiful good morning to everyone on this awesome Friday. Welcome to Escape to Nature and thank you so much for joining us, and welcome to the beautiful Gowrie Dam here in the Sabi Sand. My name is Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day, and I hope we have a wonderful day here on Escape to Nature. Now we are currently live with a water monitor. We took a nice swim through Gowrie Dam, said good morning to a grey heron, and then decided to start his day early with some sunbasking. Now, as I mentioned, we are live and of course we are interactive, so please do send me your questions, comments, anything you would like to chat to specifically about today, any questions you have about the animals or the locations or about naturalists. You are more than welcome to get in touch with us. I'm very excited to hear from all of you. Now you can see he's just getting up a little bit. Of course, they do feed on insects and eggs, all sorts of interesting things. So every now and again you will see him getting up, looking for the butterflies or dragonflies that he could potentially feed on. He's of course just hiding behind the tree. But that's alright, at least we are getting a bit of a glimpse of this beauty. And they truly are very fascinating animals. Richard, good morning. Thank you so much for getting in touch with us. I am absolutely with you on that one. I am super excited for today. I'm not going to have any expectations for us today. Of course, Escape to Nature, if you are perhaps new, we literally just take some time, look for the smaller things, listen to some bird calls, and then if we get lucky with some animal sightings or some big mammal sightings, we definitely enjoy that too. But of course, we also chat a lot. So if you have anything you would like to discuss specifically, you're more than welcome to let me know. I really would love to know your thoughts, or if you are perhaps looking forward to anything in particular today, let me know. I will definitely keep my eye on this monitor, but it seems like it should be a nice and sunny day for the most part here in Djuma. But let us have a look at today's weather forecast. Some clouds, some sunshine, but that's alright. We can definitely live with that. Of course, it's always interesting to know the weather forecast, but woo, good morning, there you are. But it's always interesting to see what animals we get, whether it's sunshine or overcast or even rainy. I hope these herons will do their sushi thing again today for us. Of course, earlier this week we had some brilliant sightings with herons, where I think they went a good 15 minutes straight of literally just continuously catching some tilapia fish. Jojo, good morning. You would like to know what birds are generally active during the early hours of the morning. It again depends on so many things. It can be weather related. Um, but for the most part, most birds are active, from early in the day, depending on what they feed on, of course. Your vultures, of course, they need thermals to fly in, which helps them to sort of just soar in the air and then spot a carcass or spot something potential that they could scavenge on or even hunt if they need to. But all of your birds, really, even this kingfisher we are hearing so beautifully, the woodlands kingfisher calling, your lapwings, of course, will be active from very early, your Egyptian geese, and of course, Hadida ibis. They start their day at like 4 o'clock in the morning. So it really does depend on so many things. But that is the beauty about birds. Even if there is no actual mammal activity, whether it's at a waterhole or, at any of our locations, there will always be birds somewhere. Now, I'm sure many of you have noticed that we have only been using for the waterholes Okukuyo and Juma. Unfortunately, our Mashatu dam cam did get some severe damage, and we promise we are looking into it, but we can unfortunately not give an ETA. As I say, it's a bit of a bigger problem than we initially thought. And of course, we are situated for the most part in South Africa, where Mashatu is in Botswana. So we will definitely see what we can do, we promise. Believe me, I'm with you when you say you are missing the Mashatu dam cam. I am too. I miss the elephants there. I miss the zebras, the terrapins even. And of course our crocodile. I wonder how our crocodile there is doing. But we will definitely keep you posted. No, my friend, you are supposed to be looking in the water, not in the sky. Your food is in the water. Come, look down. Cooey. And I do apologize if you also hear some interesting noises. That is not a a creature of some sorts. There is just some maintenance going on at headquarters. Of course, we do have the lesser spotted Homo sapiens also living amongst these animals. So every now and again we do actually have to do some maintenance at the actual camp. Heron, come on. Ooh, there's another monitor.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
can see this monitor is constantly putting his tongue out. He's just trying to pick up a scent. I'm not sure of what, but they do that to locate eggs of birds as well, because that is something they also feed on. Or he might just be trying to figure out who's been in this area. Is it safe for me to come out? And these guys do unfortunately also get predated on by birds of prey such as owls and eagles. The other day we saw a juvenile martial eagle. Unfortunately we missed the kill somehow, but it was busy devouring this poor monitor, and there was not a lot of it left by the time that we actually got to see it. So as I was mentioning, you know, every single day there's something new that we get to experience, even as naturalists. From the questions you ask us that really make us scratch our brains, to a behavior that we all might witness, whether it's at Djuma or at Ukukoyo or in Kariga, wherever we are. And the one evening I was on safari and we were slowly making our way back to the lodge to go have dinner. But I asked my guests, is it alright if we bypass this one huge watering hole, which is called Mongoose Dam? And, he did not like that. Oi! I'm lying over here. There's a huge water hole that you can fly over. Don't do it in my space. But anyway, so we went past Mongoose Dam. And it's a really, really big water hole. And I made my way around, and the next thing, I thought I heard something, so I switched off the car and I said to the guests, sorry, just bear with me. And we listened, and I think for a good 2 minutes nothing happened, of course, as Murphy would want it. And they said, okay, Lisa, it's fine, you know, we've really seen a lot today, we've learned a lot, we can really head back to the camp. And I said, just give me 10 seconds. And we heard this, I can't even imitate it, because it was the most radical noise I've ever heard in the bush. And I said to the guest, I honestly I can't tell you what that is. It's not a leopard, it doesn't even sound like an animal. I'm not sure what that noise is. Anyway, so we made our way around the dam again, and literally across the water on the other side of the embankment we saw a male lion and a hippo fighting. But the hippo was sort of still in the water, because of course that is where they feel safe. But this male lion, I don't know why, or if he felt brave that day, or what the deal was. But eventually the hippo sort of mock charged the whole time. And this growling from the lion and that sort of, it's not really a growl, but that noise that hippos also make when they are fighting. The combination of those two was just the most insane thing I've ever seen. And of course, you know, it wasn't just a new sound. It was the first time for me witnessing an interaction remotely close to that. So that is absolutely what I love about what we do every single day. There's always something new. Nancy, you would like to know how big can water monitors get in feet? So they can they can become about 1.5 meters if you take the actual from head to tail. There has been records of like just over 2 meters, which would amount to about 6'7" So they do get very, very big. And again, just like anything else in nature, it depends on the area they find themselves in, how much water is around, how much space is around for them to actually traverse in. And again, that the space will of course determine, these herons are not happy with each other. The water will of course, not the water, the space will of course determine the amount of food sources there is available for everyone. So they can become very, very, very big. Do yourself a favor and go research videos on leopards and water monitors fighting. It's rather entertaining. It's happened a couple of times in Kruger National Park and the Greater Kruger, where a leopard, stumbles upon a water monitor, because of course they do come out to lay their eggs. So sometimes you will see them actually moving around, just like you would with crocodiles, where they go from one water hole to another one perhaps. And there's this one in particular of a leopard. It's a young leopard, and it stumbles upon or comes across a water monitor, and it just sort of, you can see the confusion on this leopard's face, like, what are you? I'm not sure. You look like something I would want to play with, but something is just telling me I shouldn't. And of course, water monitors have a lot of power in their tails, so they can sort of whip it and in attempt to, sort of get away from a predator or anything that might potentially be attacking them. But the interaction between the two is just hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. And again, sometimes the leopard prevails, sometimes the water monitor rather prevails. Just like a lot of other interactions that we see between porcupines and lions and porcupines and leopards. Now the puffing of the feathers, that could be for one of two reasons. Of course, we do see when birds bath in actual water or when they dust bath. But especially your water birds, sometimes we see them just opening the feathers and sort of airing out their feathers. When they puff themselves like that, it could also potentially be to get some wind into the feathers, whether it's to cool down or to actually dry off. But in this case, I think that was most probably because of the other heron that is around as well. Just like we see with the nyalas and a lot of the other animals, what can I do to make myself look bigger? I don't know who of you joined us this morning on Sunrise Safari. Steve had a magnificent sighting of a lioness hunting a baby warthog. And just before it happened, you could all see the warthogs displaying piloerection, which is when an animal raises its hair. And that is also an attempt to make itself look bigger. Heron, I do not feel like you are motivated enough. Perhaps you are still waking up and getting there. I'm just going to take a look around and see what is at the waterhole and in and around the waterhole. Mike, you would like to know what birds feed on other birds. Ooh, there's a lot of birds, but particularly your birds of prey, your owls, your eagles, even your hawks. I had a very rough sighting once where a dark-chanting goshawk was busy feeding on a francolin. And that was rather gruesome, I have to say. But again, it's nature. If there's an opportunity to get food, they will most definitely go for it. Ooh, what is that? Is that a heron or is that a stork? What is that? There's so much happening. think that is also one of the herons. They are very, very active today. Indeed, it is another grey heron. And of course, there are many herons that we get all around. The other day we had a green-backed heron here, you get the grey heron, the Goliath heron, which is one of my favorite birds. I've only had a couple of sightings of them, but one of my most memorable moments was one was busy fishing and he actually caught a catfish. Not a big one, but it was fairly sizable. One day is one day that I am going to take a closer look at this tree and there's going to be a leopard lying in it for us. It might not be today, but one day it is definitely going to happen. I remember on my last safari at my previous reserve there was this beautiful riverine. And there used to be this massive rock next to the riverine. And I always say to guests, you know, one day is one day and it's going to happen. And of course, as it happened, sometimes Mother Nature is just truly good to us. On my last safari, as we came around the corner, there she was, just lying on the rock like it's any other Tuesday. And I hope to see some warthogs here today. I myself have not seen warthogs in quite some time. I know Alex had some warties here yesterday, which is absolutely amazing. But I personally have not seen them in a while, so it will be really fantastic. But as I say, no expectations, just going to take it easy. But of course, you are more than welcome to let me know what you would like to see perhaps today. If there's anything in particular that you are looking forward to that you perhaps have not seen before on Escape to Nature or on any of our safaris. Just want to see if I can see what that bird was. He's hiding from me. That's alright. And our very loyal blacksmith lapwings, as always, just sticking around. They love this island. And most probably later today they will have the geese join them as well as some terrapins coming out for some sunbasking like we saw the monitors. Our monitor has taken off. And if you are just joining us, welcome to Escape to Nature, and thank you so much for spending your Friday with us. We are currently in the beautiful Djuma here at Gowrie Dam. And we've seen some water monitors, some grey herons, and just as always looking for our woodland kingfisher, which apparently I'm not able to find. While we wait for the animals, this is actually one of my favorite things to talk about in the bush, because I worked with elephants for very long. And of course this is the result of elephants. When they feed, they love the bark of a tree, specifically in the winter times. And the reason for that is, I'm sure you've seen a lot of trees lose their leaves in the winter time, wherever you find yourself. And the reason for that is any nutrients, water, anything that tree needs to not just survive but to flourish goes from the roots, contracting all of the nutrients and minerals from the soil. So it goes from the roots through the bark and then all the way to the leaves. And that is sort of like a constant freeway or highway or transportation channel that the tree will use to actually help it. Now that happens on the inner side of the bark, the inner bark, which we call a cambium. Now if you were to take a piece of bark and you turn it over, for the most part bark will be very, very red on the inside, and that is because of all of those nutrients. Now elephants can smell this, just like they can smell water and flowers and berries and things like that. And what they'll do is often they will actually push a tree over completely, which is why we often see logs and stumps lying around, because that is a tree that most probably has been pushed over by an elephant years and years ago. But then elephants will take their tusk, if they are just debarking, and they'll start rubbing their tusk against the side of a tree, and that takes off a piece of bark. Now they will continuously do so. Remember, elephants don't digest very well, so they constantly have to feed, whether it's on berries, fruits, branches, roots, bark, twigs, leaves, anything. And when they start debarking that tree, often you will see like a piece of bark that is just missing from the tree, and that tree will constantly continue growing. Now I'm going to show you the difference between these two trees. So you can see the one on the right, on the left, does not have any leaves. Now that is because this tree has been debarked and also ring barked. Now what happens, as I mentioned, that bark all around the tree is a transportation channel. So when the elephants come to that tree and they start with that debarking process, should they debark that tree completely, so do it all the way around, even if it is just a thin piece, but they make a complete full circle all around the bark of the tree, that tree is eventually not going to make it, because that transportation channel has then been broken. But that tree is not immediately going to die, of course, especially a big tree like this. It's going to take quite some time. Now, specifically with this tree on the left, we've seen many animals inhabit this tree. Birds, squirrels, all sorts of creatures, and they, like we've seen, the kingfishers are currently using a woodpecker's nest. So it really does, in long term, help other animals too. But then, if you look at the tree to our right, you will see that one still, of course, has its leaves. And the reason for that is, if we look at this tree, it's tricky to see now, but to our naked eye, the front of the tree, it's been debarked, but at the back it's still got some bark. So it has not completely been ring barked. Then, in attempt to, sort of help animals or help trees against too much destruction at once, what conservation management on nature reserves and on private game reserves and in national parks will do is will often just put some wire over the actual bark of the tree just to keep that intact, the little bit that there is. Because specifically with this tree, I personally think had we not done that, then the bark would have eventually come off and the tree would not have survived. And of course, tree survival is very, very important. And over here to our right, we can see a tree that has actually been completely derooted. Those things that you see coming out of that patch of soil, that was, of course, the roots. But now it's a home for squirrels and for insects. So everything out here really does have a purpose. Patricia, you would like to know, how do you tell how old a tree is? Many people will, of course, tell you, when you open the tree, you can count it by the rings. For me personally, that is not a very easy method, because then you would have to completely open the tree, right? to be able to count the actual, because you have to count it on the stump. So it can be very, very difficult to age a tree, just like it is with an elephant. But big trees like this, oh goodness, these trees have been around since I was 3 years old. So it's been a long time. But for the most part, your bigger trees, of course, the older they will be. But trees like your jackalberries and your baobabs, those trees are really, really incredible to see up close and personal, because they are like hundreds of years old. But again, that's just speculation, because how would you really know unless you are able to count it? So if you know of another way, please let me know. I always find it a little bit challenging, just like an elephant. Sometimes you see a really young elephant and they are huge, and other times vice versa. Alrighty, well, it seems like it's fairly quiet for now here at the Gowrie Dam in the lovely Sabi Sands. Of course, I will keep monitoring it and keep my eyes open, but I think for now, let's head over to the beautiful Okukweyo and see if anyone else has pitched up there. So, like always, we've got some springbok around in the far background. However, I do want to tell you I'm excited for two reasons. One of them being it seems like it is becoming a bit more overcast. Secondly, look at all this green grass. How amazing is that? Literally, I was gone for literally a day, and this is what happened. I know there was some rain here, so that of course did help, but it just shows you how quickly an area can flourish with just that little bit of rainfall, rejuvenating, everything around it, the trees, the grass, the flowers. So I really am very excited. Hopefully we get some animals coming for the grass and for the greenery around. The guinea fowl are definitely loving it. They've been hanging out here the whole morning.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
Now, this is actually one of my favorite locations. I've never myself been to Okokoyo. My plan is definitely to make a trip sometime this year. I have not yet decided when exactly I will be going, but definitely something I want to experience as a visitor. My mom has actually been to this exact campsite, which is just behind us, and it is absolutely amazing. Can you imagine for us watching this virtually, being able to see the animals? Of course, you know, it's not that action-packed right now with all of the mammals, but generally there are hundreds of gemsbok here, zebras, springbok. The elephants come so often, and it really is just an incredible location after all. You can find all of the big five apart from the buffalo. You can find in this area, but other than that you can find so many animals, the cheetahs, the bat-eared fox. So I really am hoping to come here soon and do a safari and hopefully see some incredible things. But I think just even if you don't see anything in terms of actual mammals, I think it is such a fascinating place to be. It's just, you wouldn't think that animals can actually exist here and thrive here, but they do. Grace, good morning. Thank you for getting in touch with us. Indeed, it is really, as I say, I was literally gone yesterday. This week, I was just not here yesterday, and this is the effect it's had. So I'm super excited. And that's what I always say, you know, people often ask me, Lisa, what is your favorite season? And for me, it's difficult. This is going to sound very strange, but specifically for someone that lives in Southern Africa, because for us, you know, we just mostly refer to winter and summer. In the winter, when you go on safari, I mean, it gets cold, but it's not that cold. And depending on where you visit, like my previous lodge where I was at, you know, we gave blankets to the guests. Every morning we made them a warm water bottle. So there really was enough to stay warm. But we also told guests, please dress warmly. You can always take off layers, but it doesn't get like snow cold. Anyway, in the winter, of course, the bush is very dry. So in the winter, it is much easier to spot animals that are deeper in, even though they camouflage brilliantly. Something like the lions camouflage very well in the bushveld with the dead grass in the winter. So you really can see further in, for me personally. But summertime, this is what I love about summertime. Birds, green, flowers, berries, water, just everything. And of course, you know, this will be my first summer in Okokoyo. I myself am still getting familiarized with this area and, you know, the dynamics of the animals. But it's going to be so interesting to watch over the next month, because hopefully, you know, we'll get lots more rainfall. I really am hoping for that. But just in terms of how the animals will react to the rain, we've already seen, you know, the springbok already love this greenery all around. The guinea fowl love it. Unfortunately, the banded mongoose also love it, because a lot of birds are laying their eggs right now. So they dig up their eggs and they go for that. But you can see the guinea fowls just foraging for some seeds. So summer is really such a good season for so many animals. Something like these white birds, the little egrets. So they love feeding on insects. And of course, you know, when it rains, that is now also bringing a lot more insects out of the soil that are, whether they are coming out because they've hatched from their eggs or their larvae, whatever the case is, and those birds will actively go after the insects. Alrighty, well, I'm gonna keep monitoring our water holes, and of course I will keep you posted. But in the meantime, I'm gonna send you to Nick so we can say good morning to him.
So I would still say I think Kariga is going to be more green than Okukuyo. But that's just a friendly bet I'm willing to lay down. Good morning and welcome to Kariga, everyone. I'm Nick. I'm going to be your photographic naturalist for today. And hopefully with not too many corny jokes along the way. But yeah, we've started the day off beautifully here. We did have a sprinkle of rain last night. If you were able to join us for our sunrise safari this morning, good on you. If not, no stress, we'll keep you filled in. So we did have a little sprinkle of rain last night. Nothing too substantial. Not enough to saturate our dried up and caked mud wallows, but enough to take away the edge from the heat and just give us a little bit of a reprieve. It was more of a soft kind of light rain, which was definitely very, very welcome. The roads weren't really too wet this morning. The grasses and things have mostly dried up already. I mean, we sort of only 9 o'clock or so, 9:30 now, and things have already dried up quite a lot. So in terms of antelopes walking through the grasses, these ostriches that we're having a look at, their legs will already be sort of dried up from all of the moisture that was on the grasses. But I feel like we're due for quite a big storm, of which I'll be very happy for it to come. Rob, 100%, Kariga is producing the goods here. The landscapes are something else here. Really, really are stunning. Vibrant and green, and constantly sort of changing from area to area. You know, nice and open where we are here next to Scotia Dam. The water's just out of frame on the left-hand side. And then, this road that we can see, you can see it kind of bends all the way down to the right-hand side, and you follow that for another sort of 300-400 meters. That'll take you all the way parallel along the steep banks of the Kariga River. Remember, there you're going to have very dense vegetation, lots of rocky outcrops and things on those steep cliffs there. Good likelihood of finding a few sort of river euphorbias along the way. Lots of needle bush and things like that in those habitats as well. But nice and open for these ostrich here. You know, they can have a good scan around, see what's happening. You can see we've got 1 male and 2 females. Crystal, I'm glad you enjoy my corny jokes, because I can tell you one thing: my brother would be tearing me to shreds if he's hearing some of the perlers that I've whipped out of the hat. But thank you, I appreciate it. Just having a careful look, you can see we've got that one female ostrich on the road walking and kind of pecking and feeding as she goes. And then we've got the other 2 that are quite static at the back. And if you do look very carefully, all the way on the left-hand side of the frame is a 3rd female giraffe. Remember, we have had... ostrich. We have had some ostrich moving around that have got little chicks. And I'm just really having a careful look to see if I can see any. Remember, there's been one female that's had 4, another one that's had 1. We did have that female that we thought was sitting on a nest. The last that I checked, I didn't see too much activity coming from that nest. So there is a good chance that there may be a little chick there. Remember, with there being 3 females here, there'll definitely be a major hen amongst the 3 of them. And I'm really scanning the outskirts of Scotia Dam here as well. I can hear a pied kingfisher calling somewhere here. It must just be sitting on one of the little shrubs or something like that. Little bit of wing flicking here and there coming from the ostrich. I am looking everywhere for this kingfisher. I can't spot it quite yet. It's probably quite well concealed. But if I do manage to find it, I'll definitely show everybody. Looks like one of our female ostriches has headed down to the water. Yeah, so you can see we've got a few hoddiedar sitting on the top of the embankment there. Looks like our yellow-billed ducks that we've got in the water. Just having a look to see if I can potentially find any little grebes. Remember some of the smaller little chaps. And I'm definitely still scouting around and looking for our pied kingfisher. It's bothering me. I want to find this bad boy for everybody here. You know, remember he's our beautifully black and white kingfisher. Maybe what I'll do is I'll reposition slightly and see if I can't get a view somewhere. In the meantime, while I do that, let's take you across to Lisa, who's at the Djuma Dam Camp.
Thank you, Nick. Hope you see a lot of animals today, and I am definitely keen for that bet on how green Okukoyo is going to become. But remember, you have to take into consideration and account the rocks we have there. But look at this. I don't know when he pitched up, but Dewey came to Gowrie Dam. I promise you, I did not see him coming into the water. Of course, my eyes are glued to the Djuma Dam Camp and Okukoyo, so it literally must have happened just when I was looking away or something. But nonetheless, he is here and he has come to say good morning to all of us. So let me know, what would you like to know about hippos and what they do? Of course, they are very interesting creatures. I find them super fascinating. And especially Dewey. He is well known in Savisand for playing with sticks. Right before we came over, of course, you know, he did a quick belly roll, but it was only half an attempt. And he's got a terrapin trying to desperately get onto his back. Guys, sit still. Dude, there we go. Actually seemed like he was helping the terrapin there. So the terrapin will do that. Of course, terrapins serve the same purpose as oxpeckers. So they perched on animals. When they can, they actually will sit on something like a hippo. Ooh, are you gonna give us a belly roll? This terrapin is not very impressed. Dude, can you just sit still? I'm just trying to live here. If you are perhaps only joining us now, welcome to Escape to Nature today. We are in the beautiful Djuma in Sabi Sand. And of course, we've got Dewey, our famous hippo in Gowrie Dam. Now, so far this morning, we have seen some water monitors, some grey herons, little egrets, and guinea fowl in the beautiful Ukukuyo. And then with Nick in Kariga, we have also seen some ostriches, haridas, yellow-billed ducks. So it really has been an all-round super productive day already, and we've still got a lot of time to enjoy these animals. Now you can see this poor terrapin is just for its dear life trying to hold on to Dewey the hippo. And the reason they do that, Dewey is super active though, I'm not complaining. Not one bit. Generally this time of the day just chills in the water. You see he's doing his belly rolls, but just half attempts. Come on Dewey, do a full one. But anyway, the terrapins will, of course, when buffaloes come to the water and they sort of wallow, or when animals come to drink and they actually get into the water, the terrapins will immediately rush over to those animals and they will feed off the ticks and parasites that are on this animal. Now, the reason this poor terrapin is so set on sitting on Dewey is because, number one, it can sunbask then, if Dewey actually just sits still for a moment. But then the terrapin will also be feeding off the ticks and parasites that it might find on Dewey's back. But this is not a rock, it is a hippopotamus, I promise. And they are probably one of the most fascinating animals for myself out in Africa. Johnny D, you would like to know, if I'm not mistaken, how big is a hippo's lungs, if I heard correctly. I have no idea. To be honest with you, yes, I'm going to be brutally honest with you. I will research it, but not too sure. That is a very interesting question. Of course, hippos in general weigh about 1,500 to 3,200 kilograms. So I would imagine very big. If you look at a giraffe, also a massive animal, a giraffe's heart in itself weighs 45 kilograms. So I would imagine the lungs of a hippo is definitely very impressive. But I will get back to you on that one, Johnny D. That is a very interesting question. Now, a question that I often got when taking people on safari is, why is a hippo not part of the Big Five? Remember, the Big Five is the biggest or the most dangerous and scariest animals when you are on foot in the African bush, which is, of course, the elephant, rhino, lion, leopard, and buffalo. And that pertains mostly to land animals. So hippos, make no mistake, they are super, super dangerous. But the thing with hippos is they are very territorial. So if you were to come to a waterhole and sort of approach their waterhole and they are not comfortable with you doing so, they will definitely run out and attack. And the thing is, of course, we are not just Africa, but hippos are known for killing so many people in Africa, and again, the reasoning behind that is not because they eat people. That is also a big misconception under people. They must eat people, they are these vicious Loch Ness monsters. That is not at all the case. Hippos, as I say, very territorial. If they are provoked, they will run out. And make no mistake, you will not outrun them if they are averaging 40 kilometers an hour. There is no way. Anything, if it's angry, it is super fast. Just like elephants, just like buffaloes, just like rhinos. And what happens then is often people get trampled in the process. Dewey, what are you doing? He's very playful, which is awesome. Generally, if he is here in Gowrie Dam, he just sort of chills this time of day, especially if it's this nice and sunny. But they are water dependent animals in the sense of, obviously, just spending time in the water as much as they can. Of course, that is what they need for their skin. But you will find them outside of the water as well. They are grazers, mostly. And so you will find them going out at night and eating grass, eating water lilies, things like that. And just like we see with Dewey, a big territorial male will traverse between water holes and actually mark his area, find females that might be in estrus, mate with those females because they are not monogamous. So territorial males will move around a lot. Zoe, good morning. Thank you so much for your question. You would like to know, how did the hippo make it to the big five? So it didn't. As I mentioned, the big five is the rhino, the buffalo, the elephant, lion and leopard. The big five animals was determined in the olden days as your scariest and most provocable animals when you are approaching them on foot in the African bush. So that is how the big five was established. The hippo is not part of the big five. Hippo is, of course, one of your most dangerous animals in Africa as well, but that is, of course, they are water animals. So unless you are physically walking to a water hole or driving too close to a water hole, for the most part, if you don't bother them, they won't bother you, but they are territorial. So if you get close to their water hole, they are definitely going to make a point of announcing themselves by vocalizing. And then secondly, if you do not make way and if you got too close in the first place, they will charge you if they feel provoked in any manner. But hippo is not part of the big five. I honestly have no idea when he even came into the water hole and where he came from, because I promise I was paying attention, but he must have just snuck in. And as I say, being very territorial, you'll often see them sort of swishing their tail in the water, and that is defecating within a water hole. But even when they are traversing to another place, they will frequently mark their area, and what they do is when they wag the tail, that actually sort of spreads the dung even more in attempt to definitely mark their area as efficiently and as far and spread out as they can. Now, the one thing I found super interesting when I studied field guiding about hippos, if you look at your big animals such as an elephant, of course elephants gestate or are pregnant for 22 months. Hippos are pregnant for a mere 8 months. If you think about it, an animal that can weigh 1,500 kilograms to anything up to 3,200 kilograms, that's huge. That's almost the size of a rhino. And often, you can actually make a size comparison, of course, depending on the age. But rhinos gestate for 15 months, which is, of course, almost twice as long. But hippos, just a mere 8 months. And what's super cute, I don't know if you've seen any of the baby hippos. The day before yesterday, we had a baby hippo on Escape to Nature. And every now and again in Chitwa Dam, we see the baby hippo on our sunset and sunrise safaris. But very, very cute about them. They'll actually go underwater and they'll nurse, and then they'll come up again for a little bit of air, and then they'll go under again. And every now and again, if you have a very good view of them and you can actually sit with them and just observe that little one with mom for a while, when it's come up from nursing, you can actually see a circle of oil coming up along with it, which is of course extracted from the milk. So as soon as it's done nursing, and one time I had this adorable sighting of a baby hippo seeing that sort of oily substance, and it just sort of slurped it up, so getting all of the nutrients as much as possible.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of Euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
So our Egyptian geese parents just threw a bit of a tantrum because of this water monitor. He literally bypassed right next to them. Now, for the most part, he wouldn't go for something the size of these chickadees yet, or not yet at all. When they were smaller, like the goslings we've got, for instance, in Okokweyo, they will definitely go for something like that is much smaller. And unfortunately, we see that happening often, you know, the lapwings, the geese losing either their eggs or their actual chicks to snakes, to monitor lizards, all sorts of creatures. So for the most part, they will defend them as much as they can, but of course something the size of these ones, they don't really, as I say, they are not really at risk. But of course, never say never. They definitely did vocalize him, or vocalized towards him, and told him, listen, you are going to get a smack if you come too close to our children. However, that being said, as I mentioned earlier this morning, a water monitor is not something you want to play with. If they whack you with their tail, you are not going to have the best day of your life. So definitely very interesting interactions we are seeing. And of course, relationships. Because anything out here is not just an interaction. A lot of it is relationships as well, just like the relationship we see between the terrapin and Dewey the hippo. Even that we saw now from the geese and the monitor, it's a relationship. They have to share a water hole. They have to coexist as far as they can, but there's definitely, you know, communication in terms of letting them know, listen, we've seen you. If you come close to our children, we will definitely do something to you. Just like there's a relationship between impala and leopards and lions. It's not always a positive relationship, but it's a relationship nonetheless. Henry, good morning. You would like to know if the hippo forms any part of any five. So very interesting question, because of course, you know, we spoke a little bit about the big five, which is the lion, leopard, buffalo, rhino, and elephant. Now, interestingly enough, in Africa, we've also got the small five, which is smaller creatures, but they've got the big five's names incorporated in their own. So the small five is an ant lion, a rhino beetle, a leopard tortoise, an elephant shrew, and then, what am I missing? A buffalo weaver. Dewey, I like when you do this. I got super excited there, sorry. And then, Henry, some people will tell you that the hippos form part of the ugly five. So yes, in Africa, unfortunately, we also have an ugly five. The official ugly five, if you actually go research it, is according to the studies and the opinions, is a marabou stork, a vulture, a warthog, a wildebeest, and what am I missing? Hyena. That's the other one, sorry. But again, you know, some people have different opinions and say that hippos are part of the ugly five. But no. So they do not form part of any of those ones. And it's a very, very interesting thing to think about. The ugly five, the little five, the big five. I actually learned a lot about them last year. I did blogs on all three of those. Because of course people tend to focus on the, you know, the big five. And that's the only thing you want to see. But I've often on safari, I told guests, let's challenge ourselves and see if we can find the little five. See if we can find the ugly five. And of course you can make your own, you know, list of five if you would like. You can definitely let me know. What would your ugly five be? What would your beautiful five be? What would your scary five be? Your loud five? TV. You are just having the best time today. There's another hippo here in the Sabi Sands. I can't remember in which pan it is now. I see it exactly, the location in my mind, but I'm not sure what that pan is called. And I went on safari with my aunt, and she literally sat there. I don't know if it's the hippo's official name or anything, but she calls him Jordaan, which is a very Afrikaans name. And we sat there and she was like, are you ready for this? And I'm like, I guess I don't know what I'm ready for, but sure, let's go for it. And we sat and she kept quiet. And the next thing she just went, Goeiemiddag, Jordaan. And this hippo put his head up and he did like, I think, 3 consecutive rolls. And the more she said, roll, Jordaan, roll, the more this hippo rolled. Like, it looked like something that was scripted. And I told her, like, what is up with this? And it's a wild hippo. It's just like she goes there often and she'll have a drink, watch the sunset. And she and this hippo just apparently came to some sort of understanding that this is now the thing to do. So very, very interesting. I should actually check in with her and see if Jordaan is still around, if he's still as happy as ever to do his rolls. But again, you know, from a safe distance. This is not an animal you want to play with or mess with. Ilana, good morning. You are saying you love it when Dewey does his rolls in the water. You've actually got a very similar name to my one sister. She's Ilona. But thank you, Ilana, for your beautiful comments. Dewey is definitely very entertaining today. As I say, we are lucky because if he is around in Gowrie Dam, which is not ever so often, specifically in the summertime, he's got so much choice to so many water holes. But if he is here, generally he's just chilling, especially when it's getting too hot. Oh, another one of my favorite bird calls in the background now. That it's a crested barbet. Is that where you will be lying now for the day, Dewey? He literally got comfortable now, like a dog would sort of walk around for a little bit, sort of stump their place where they're going to lie down and then go for the lie down. That is exactly what he did now. Just with a little bit more, well, actually a little less enthusiasm. He seems very sad right now. But you could see he was literally just placing his legs under his body to physically lie down completely. I just want to check something. Just want to make sure the ripples are still from him and not from something else. Elephants coming to drink or buffaloes wallowing. So just bear with me. I will get back to our famous Dewey in just a bit. If you are a frequent watcher to Escape to Nature, you know I always like to just make sure that we are not missing out on any extra visitors if we are focused on someone in particular. Lizzie, I think it was, good morning and thank you for your question. Where is a hippo's nose located? So very interesting, it's literally what you see, those nostrils that you can see. Not right now, of course, because it's underwater. But that is where their nose is located on the face. And often you'll see them doing the same, like a whale, for instance, where they splurt that water. That is just to get rid of some excess water. Often they'll do that when they are communicating as well. There we go. And hippos are phenomenal animals. When it comes to their senses, they are brilliant in hearing things. That is why when you do approach the waterhole, you have to be so careful and give them enough space. Make sure you're not invading their space or their privacy or anything like that. Because when they hear you, they will definitely look up. And if they feel provoked again, just like any other animal, they'll give you a warning first. But again, you don't know what happened to the hippo before you got there. Maybe it's warned something else and then you are now arriving and stopping too close for comfort, and that hippo just decides, no, this is not for me. Want to see if I can find this crested barbet. Of course, they are very good and considerate considerate and helpful to other birds as well. So they do the same like a woodpecker do. They bore holes into tree stumps to get the insects and to start an actual nest as well. But often you'll see other birds that utilize those nests too when those birds have left. But I think it's a bit farther away, the barbets. I will come back to Dewey in just a bit. I just want to see if we can see some insects on the ground because there's a very, very loud cicada. Of course, you know, they are stridulating, so they make those loud noises by rubbing their wings or their legs. It can be a little bit tricky to find them. Well, I don't know about you, but we are having an absolute brilliant day on Escape to Nature. But I'm going to keep an eye on our beautiful Dewey and our very entertaining friend. But while I do that, I'm going to send you to Nick, who's also got a surprise for us in the water.
And we've got a lovely buffalo bull that's come down to have a drink here. Beautiful big male. He's definitely come from somewhere that's had a bit of mud. You can see he's got a lot of caked mud on the side of him there. See, if he kind of just did go slightly deeper into the water, we might get a lovely reflection. So yeah, we've definitely been sticking around Scotia Dam here. This has been the place to be. We've had some Anyalas on the outskirts. Had some ostrich, we've had some zebra, and now this buffalo bull has come down. So remember, this is quite common to see single buffalo bulls like this by themselves. Remember, when males do start to get a little bit older, they will leave the herd. They will separate from the herd, kind of voluntarily as well, not involuntarily. So for the herd, they will often move bigger distances, you know, from the best feeding grounds to some of the best water holes, and so on and so forth. So for a slightly older buffalo, by the time they get to sort of 10 years or so, 10 years, 11 years, they've quite often got a lot of wounds and scars. You know, their body's kind of slowing down a little bit. They're quite happy to not move around with the herd. You know, the herd's moving up and down big distances. These older bulls are quite happy to rest around the water holes, do a little bit of feeding around the water holes. Quite common to see sort of 2-3 bulls together in a similar sort of life situation like that. So this is not abnormal in terms of what we're seeing here. Still a little bit overcast, not a very hot day yet. But there is still a chance that if this bull is kind of just standing in the water like that, ruminating, he's obviously enjoying it. So there is a chance that we may see him flop down in the water there. Remember, a lot of these mud wallows surrounding Scotia Dam, those are now caked over. There's no chance that he can plonk down and cover himself in mud there to cool down. So around where we are now, this probably looks like the best place to be. But what a stunning set of horns on him. And you can see the angle of the sun on the water on either side of him. It's coming off quite brightly. And like we were saying, if he was maybe standing back a few meters, or even if we had to reposition our vehicle potentially slightly to get the whole reflection of this buffalo, in terms of photographing that, I would then look more at a portrait angle, so a vertical angle instead of horizontal. You can see on the sides now, you look on the right hand side how we're getting quite a lot of empty space really. So you would want to eliminate that empty space by making it a vertical shot, getting the whole buffalo in, getting the whole reflection in. And remember, with the water being quite bright on the side and that buffalo being relatively dark, I'd maybe look to even overexpose it by maybe like a third or something like that. Just so you're really drawing that viewer's attention straight onto the buffalo. You can see when he kind of flicks his tail or moves a little bit, there are some ripples. But when he's not moving anything, look how completely still that water is now. Linda, how many muscles are in a buffalo's jaw? It's a good question. I wouldn't be able to tell you offhand, but I would imagine a good amount of muscle. You can see him kind of methodically chewing the cud there, and my goodness, I'm not a fan of bubblegum because when I chew bubblegum, my jaw always tends to get sore. So I would imagine that's not going to be the case for this buffalo. So he must have a good amount of muscle in the jaw there. Remember, in terms of the structure of his teeth, he's a grazer, so he's only going to really have molars to grind down those grasses. He's not going to have incisors, canines like a lion would do. There's no real reason for that. So his dentition, the structure of his teeth is all set for basically grinding down and chewing grasses. So you can see now that he's moved his foot. See the difference with the ripples. If you were looking for that reflection shot, you wouldn't take it now with all of those ripples. You'd wait until all of that is settled. But talking about ripples, I am keeping an eye out for any ripples sort of surrounding him. Remember, there are terrapins in this waterhole, and quite often when buffaloes do go into the water, standing up like this or lying down, those terrapins will come up to the buffalo and they will sometimes try and pull some of the ticks off and things like that, just to get a little bit of food themselves, but also being quite beneficial towards the buffalo. So he's only just been in the water now for a few minutes before you came across to us live here at Kariega. So I guess we've got to give those terrapins a little bit of time. I haven't spotted any of them this morning, but there is a chance that we might find some of them. Oh, there at the back, I don't know if you saw that flying. That was our pied kingfisher that flew across. Remember earlier I was saying I heard a pied kingfisher? That was him who flew across. He's just flitted all the way across. I just want to wait and see if he lands somewhere, and then I'll show you. So you know how these kingfishers, they're forever moving all over the place. He's flown off too far away. Yeah, we'll give it some time, and I'll definitely get him in the frame. So while we're sitting at a waterhole like this, you can think strategically about types of pictures that you want. Obviously we've now talked about this reflection shot for buffalo. For something like that pied kingfisher, remember he's basically looking for small little fish and things like that he could potentially catch. So when he's hovering, his wings are moving very quickly, and remember his head is dead still. So we could then try and use a slow shutter speed to show some movement of what he's doing. So show the movement of the wings, and that's going to be slightly blurred depending upon how fast or slow your shutter is. And then that head will be perfectly still. So the name of the game there is that you want all the focus, all the attention on that head that's still. You don't want a shutter speed of 20 seconds, because then you're just going to get far too much movement. You want to slow it down, but not too far. So think somewhere along the lines of a 40th of a second, maybe a 60th of a second. Now, going into the morning, as it starts to get brighter, that's going to become quite tough, just because there's a lot of sort of ambient light coming out. But in lighting conditions, when it's when the lighting isn't very good, think of sort of very gloomy days, or in the afternoon on an overcast day. You can try that type of technique. But while all our animals are taking it easy, chewing the cud and drinking here at Scotia Dam, let's take you across to the Djuma Dam Cam with Lisa.
Thank you, Nick. We have got a waterbuck. Beautiful, beautiful male. Or African reindeer, as I refer to them. Perhaps he's got a muting, goodness. We've got a muting. Perhaps he's got a meeting with with Dewey.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us, and have a fantastic morning.
And perhaps you are only joining us now, wondering, Lisa, what is this mythical creature? It looks like it came out of the cupboard from Narnia. Tis a waterbuck, a very common African antelope. And just like their name suggests, you'll always find them close to water. They drink a lot of water. But water is also a defense mechanism for them. If something's chasing them, they'll just bolt into the water and try and evade the predator. Oh, it's got to be one of my favorite antelopes, especially the males. Of course, this is one of the antelopes where just the males have the horns. But this is a truly impressive male at one of my lodges I used to work at in Greater Kruger. The one evening because what happened is we have to make sure all of our guests are in bed safely, everyone is alright, and then us as naturalists can only go to bed. And which I'm grateful for, thinking about it now. But we just heard this huge commotion. And so what had happened was we went to investigate and see what happened. And when you come into the lodge, of course, a lot of lodges are actually fenced off to, keep out the animals or keep in the humans. I don't know which it is, but there's a cattle grid at the main entrance when you go to the lodge, which sort of prevents animals from actually coming in. And lions had stalked and hunted a waterbuck or chased a waterbuck. And unfortunately, he tripped over this cattle grid and literally right on top of the cattle grid in the entrance at the lodge. The lions just decided, all right, well, luckily now you're blocking the whole cattle grid, which is a good thing for us. And they just pounced it and they sat on that cattle grid for a good 2 days. We could not use that entrance anymore because it had now been blocked by Pride of Lions on a waterbuck kill. And we had to make another arrangement to actually get out of the lodge to go on safari and to take the guests to the airport and everything. But it really just goes to show, we have to remember that we are in their area. They are never invading or coming into our spaces. We are mere visitors to their habitats. And it seems like we've got the whole of the Sabi Sands bachelors right now. Ooh, there's another one. So, of course, both of these antelope, both of them would be males. I mean, both species. Because all of them, you can see, have got some horns on them. Sorry, Impala, but I think the waterbuck are more impressive. William, you would like to know if antelopes all have black eyes, or most of them. So yes, any animal that is mostly active during the daytime, for the most part, they will have darker eyes. I'm sure you've seen with the lions, the leopards, they have way lighter eyes, or that sort of amber color. And the reason for that is predators, even though they can see both at day and night, they flourish nighttime because that is when they see the best. Whereas these guys, the waterbucks, the impalas, even elephants, buffaloes, rhinos, all of those animals have sort of darker eyes. And that helps them with the light regulation during the day. Just like human beings. I don't know if any of you believe this. But I've read quite a few articles on eye colors in mammals, including animals and humans. And when you do have darker eyes, it is considered stronger because of light regulation. When you go out into the sun, it helps a bit more when you've got darker eyes as opposed to someone with blue eyes. I've got brown eyes, so I can't really testify for anyone with blue eyes or green eyes. But it's the same with animals. So a lot of your animals that are mostly active during the day, such as impalas, zebras, wildebeest, all of the animals that you'll see moving around in the daytime. For 99% of the cases, their eyes will be a very dark color. Even elephants have got these beautiful hazel eyes. And that is also, even though they can see both at day and night, even these guys can see both day and night. Their biggest advantage comes in the daytime, and that is why they are mostly active then. I just want to keep up with those waterbuck, and then we'll come back to these bachelors and Dewey, of course. Ah, you see, this is what it's all about, the animals listening to us. You might be thinking, but why is it called a waterbuck? That is why. They drink a lot of water and they do not mind being in the water. Of course, this is a very shallow man-made pond. But even when it comes to actually defending themselves. And this is actually a very cool animal in terms of their various defense mechanisms. So you can see they've got a very, very shaggy or hairy coat. Now that is due to the fact that when they run into water, you know, it's not completely soaking into their skin and making them that heavy. And so if they need to, they can still sort of trot in the water within limits, of course. You know, the deeper it gets, the more difficult and challenging it is going to become. But waterbucks also have a scent gland here in their neck, so when they feel threatened or provoked or anything like that, they have a very foul smell that gets released, and a lot of the times that will actually put off the predator. I've seen lions going for waterbuck, and then as soon as they started opening it, they said no, this animal has expired, we cannot eat it, let's move on, family. Which is a waste if you think about it. But you can ask anyone. And again, this isn't my experience and, you know, discussions I've had with various wildlife enthusiasts. For the most part, this is the animal amongst the common antelope that gets predated on the least. I'm not saying it's impossible, I'm not saying it never happens. But it's also a very sturdy animal. You can imagine if the lions were to go for a big male like this, it's going to be a challenge. It's not going to be an easy takedown. Matthew, you would like to know what antelope has the sharpest horns. Again, this would depend from area to area. For me personally, I would definitely without a doubt say a gemsbok or an oryx, which is that beautiful sort of beige color antelope we have in Okokoyo, with the black and white markings on their faces. They've got these straight and narrow, sharp horns. And both the male and the females have that. And that is for the females to also be able to protect their young. But I mean, make no mistake, even these guys, you can see if you are going to run into them, you are not going to be having a good time. But your kudu as well, it really does depend on what you define as sharp. If you are referencing or referring to the actual tip of the horn, then yes, without a doubt, I would say your your oryx. But as I say, even these waterbuck, kudus, even impalas can be very feisty as well, the males with their horns. So it depends on what you define as sharpest. So honestly, I don't think they're going to come back out, which is alright. We had a beautiful look at them. We are always just lucky to see any of the animals, whether it's for a long time or a short period of time. see if Dewey is going to do something. Hi, Dewey. Are you waking up? Ooh. I feel like we should have the theme song of Jaws right now. So, of course, all of these are males. As I mentioned, you can see some of them significantly younger than the others just by looking at the horns. The more curves they've got in their horns, the more, or the older they are. And most probably the more advanced as well. But this is what we would refer to as a bachelor herd. So they have not established harems yet. Come a month or two, they will actually start going into very, very funny rituals. I call it the hangover rituals because they chase each other around and then they fight with the horns and sort of like, ooh, I'm bigger, no, I'm bigger, no, I'm bigger. They make this horrible sound that sounds like they are literally bringing up yesterday's grass. But they do that to intimidate each other, of course. I feel like Dewey thinks he's a crocodile today. He needs to sneak up on the animals. And it's something I haven't thought about in quite some time, but the coexistence of crocodiles and hippos is just truly, truly so phenomenal. So I was just saying, I think Dewey is under the impression that he's a crocodile today. If you have just joined us on Escape to Nature, we are currently in the beautiful Sabi Sand here at Gowrie Dam. And it's been a rather productive morning so far. We've got Dewey, our famous hippo, that now is pretending to be a rock in the middle of the water. We've had some water bucks, some impalas, water monitors. Whew, buffalo with Nick and Karija, as well as ostriches. And then we ourselves have also had some guinea fowl, some cattle egrets, so a lot of birding we are doing today as well. So it really just has been a brilliant day so far. And of course, remember, we are live. All of this is happening as is. So please do send through your questions, comments, anything you would like to know about the animals, or perhaps about the location, or perhaps you're brand new to Wild Earth and have no idea what it is that we do, and there's a question that you might have about the naturalists or about the actual show. Please do let us know. We love hearing from you, and we love, chatting with all of you. If there is perhaps anything in particular you would like to discuss, you are more than welcome to get in touch with us. Hi, Dewey. And I was just mentioning as well how incredible it is. It's something I personally haven't thought about for so long, because it's something I have not seen for so long. But the coexistence of crocodiles and hippos. Do yourself a favor and go have a look on our social media. We recently had a video about crocodiles and hippos and the different diets that they have, because of course, hippos for the most part, they eat grass, whereas crocodiles, we know them, they are very ferocious hunters. But the fact that these two can just coexist, and we see that so often, in places like Masai Mara. I'm sure many of you have seen documentaries and footage. It's such different species, and yet somehow, just like everything else in Mother Nature, it works. It definitely works. And don't get me wrong, sometimes they have a little bit of a tiff, but not too often that happens, especially at our locations. I wish we had a crocodile here in the lovely Gowrie Dam. My aunt, actually, I was just referencing another crocodile in the Sabi Sand, Jordan. But again, I don't know if that's his official name or just a nickname from her. But there's a crocodile as well in a waterhole that's right in front of her house. And apparently, I think this crocodile, they named it Julia or something. And when you drive down and you start your safari and you sort of go over the dam wall, if Julia's not already on the bank, then she gets out and she sort of just lies there, which is very odd. You would think that animals want to stay as far as possible away from humans, and they don't want to make themselves seen, especially something like a crocodile. But again, it just shows us how quickly they adapt to all of our things that we do and the way that we actually invade their privacy, and they're just like, all right, we can coexist, I can live with that. Hi, Dewey. Barbara, you are saying you really enjoy spending time with nature. I could not agree with you more. Honestly, for me, it is the best thing ever. And what I'm very curious about now is, where did your love for wildlife and for animals start? Where did all of you, start getting a real love for animals and Mother Nature? Was it on a safari you were perhaps on? Perhaps just watching Wild Earth? I know for me personally, it was... I was 3 or 4 years old, and we were visiting my family in the Sabi Sand, and I have told this story before, but I'll share it with you again. But we went on safari, and my uncle was driving, and I was very tiny, as I say, but somehow we managed to end up in the middle of an elephant herd, a breeding herd. So there was a lot of dynamics involved. And I remember my father and my uncle was like sort of arguing, and I was sitting, I can't remember, on someone's lap. And the next thing, one of these elephants just walked past us, and it was a massive cow. And she literally stopped right next to the vehicle, like her skin was touching the vehicle. And she stopped right next to our seat, and she just glanced over. And that's why I say I love their eyes, because I can remember it from that age, being so close to an elephant, experiencing it that way. And they weren't aggressive or anything, but she in particular just sort of looked at us, and I looked into the eyes of this beautiful giant. And then they just carried on, and my uncle and my father actually had a massive argument because why are you letting us get so close to them? But but that was honestly for me a moment that I would never ever ever forget in my life. Ach, Dewey. You see now, he's just chilling again, taking it easy. Just want to see if we can find those herons that just flew past. Haha, there they are. Let's see if we can watch a fish fest. Hopefully. But I'm definitely very, very eager to hear from all of you. Where did your love and your passion for wildlife begin? Is it something that's just always been there? For me too, you know, I've always loved dogs and cats and any animal really, but that moment in particular that I was referring to now, I know that is the moment that I just knew, all right, this is something I have to pursue. Not necessarily as a career, I just knew from a young age that I wanted to see animals as often as possible. Ooh, that's very interesting. Well, I'm going to keep up with these herons. I'm going to see if I can chat to them and ask them nicely to give us a fish fest again today, if they want to. But for now, I'm going to... Woo! Oh my goodness, just calm down. It's a Friday. There's no need to be aggressive. Anyway, I'm going to send you over to Rolf and Morgan, and they've got a surprise for you.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa, where we have finally been able to catch up with our beautiful three male coalition cheetah, aka the three amigos. They're under a milkwood tree, and it looks like they may have had a small meal this morning, potentially a little scrub hare. So it's great that we've been able to catch up with them, and I want to spend some more time with them. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've Good Morgan, and good morning to all of you once again. So at least they're lying under a milkwood tree that we can see them a bit clearer than if they were in a common quarry bush like they were yesterday morning. So this is a bit better for us. They've been on the move this morning, and it's nice and cool in comparison to yesterday when it was very, very hot. But overnight we've had a lot of rain, a big downpour, So it's really cooled things down, and we're probably sitting at around 20 degrees Celsius or so. With the breeze coming in, it's maybe cooling it off to about 18 degrees. So very comfortable, but there is lots of humidity around, and you can feel that there is the potential for it to get quite hot if the clouds burn off a bit. These three, they've continued on their growth path, and they seem to be feeding themselves very well, and we hope that we can spend some more time with them and they go on the move. For now, having a little snooze, but that doesn't mean they're not going to get up. As we know, Cheetah, anything is possible. So join me as we escape to nature, and we escape following these three. They're stationary now, so at least it's quite easy to get them on picture. But you never know when they're going to get up and walk again, and you never know when something might come walking right in on top of them. It seems like it actually quite often occurs where they're lying in a thicket like this, and maybe something just starts grazing in their general direction, and that's when they may go on the attack. You can see nice big thicket, but it's dominated by this lovely milkwood tree. Fiona, you and me both. It's wonderful and a real privilege to be able to follow these three as they really start maturing into adulthood, and as they go through the path that hopefully leads them to become lovely big adults here on the Amakhala Game Reserve, and a real big part of a conservation success story. So wonderful, wonderful news that we've been able to find them. It wasn't easy. They gave us the slip yesterday on the Sunset Safari. We searched the entire safari for them, but we weren't able to find them. So I'm stoked that we've been able to find them this morning. You can just see by a slight elevated way that they were respiring. So there's potential for a little bit in the belly, but it's not too much. So maybe they definitely haven't had too much to eat. And that for us is good news.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Nice to see him. This is an unbelievable afternoon.
starts, sometimes it's a termite mound that begins this kind of succession. And that goes right across any natural area. You have a termite mound, which is a nutrient hotspot, and the birds, monkeys, baboons go and sit on it because it's a nice seat. It's also an elevated position. And whatever they've eaten in the area from the trees, which give them lovely fruits that have got their seeds on the inside, they entice them to eat it with the lovely fleshy layer outside or on the edges of the seed. And so they feed on that, and then they defecate on the termite mound, and that's when all the trees start to grow. And then it succeeds from there. Right, our spots are stationary, and so are we. We're not going anywhere, but it seems like Nick's got a lovely surprise.
And I do. I've got a lovely surprise for you. After much searching around, we've got a little treat for everybody. A beautiful, big, solid male lion. And we're on a beautiful spot overlooking a big valley here. It's very picturesque. You can see just on the left-hand side of this lion, drops off a bit there. There's a bit of water down there. And he's positioned himself beautifully on top of this little ridge line. Got an amazing view. I'll pan across for you just now. But I know that a few of you have been hoping and wanting to see some predators here at Kariega. And this is the apex. This is the top dog. This is the big boy. He is an absolute beauty. So he does have a brother. There is a second one, slightly further, sort of 20 meters on the right-hand side of this one. Kind of lying down at the moment, so I think let's stick with this one while he's got his head up. You can see he's also resting quite a bit. But it's beautiful that he's got his head up, and we can see that beautiful big mane. Yeah, so just in terms of where we are, you know, a lot of the areas of where we bring a lot of footage to is from more of the open areas of Scotia Dam. Jojo, thanks for the comment. 100%. I'm so glad that we could bring this to you guys. This is like the creme de la creme. I mean, I'm going to pan to the side for you guys to see the view that we're looking upon. But I'm so happy you're enjoying it, Jojo. So yeah, I mean, in terms of the relation of where we are now to Scotia Dam, we're a little bit further, sort of further south, quite far, but you got to risk it to get the biscuit. I mean, what we were saying earlier is that sort of the whole sort of open area around Scotia Dam is it's like a hotspot for a variety of plains game and things like that to come down there. For photography is beautiful as well. Obviously here in and amongst some of the thickets and valleys and things like that, it can be a little bit trickier, but these lions have read the script. And I'm so happy we could bring this view to everybody. This is the way to kickstart your weekend. It is Friday after all. And I'm just getting everybody into that Friday mood. So in terms of the health and the size of this lion, you can see he's a really good looking lion. You have a look at that mane development. It's quite black, it's quite dark on the top. Yes, he is kind of lying down, but I mean, you can imagine if he's standing up, it's going to be a nice big thick mane. So remember the development, the thickness, the size, the color of that mane it's going to change, rapidly, sort of from the age of sort of 18 months, where it's just a mohawk, all the way through to sort of 5.5 years or so. It should be quite big, quite fully developed. For this male that we're having a look at, believe it or not, he's still quite young. He's only 4.5. So relatively speaking, he's quite young. So he's got incredible mane development already. it's hard to tell his kind of body size for the moment, so we'll stick around and see if he kind of shifts positions for us. But I think we've caught him on possibly the perfect day. Remember, we've talked about it being a bit cooler today with it being more overcast. I mean, we've had some stifling heat for the past 3-4 days. And generally, what is it now? Sort of 11 o'clock. Generally, by this time over the past few days, you would imagine things like this lion would be right tucked up under a bush, getting as much shade as he could. Whereas today, it's a bit more overcast. He's kind of lying on a small ridge line here, so there's a bit of a breeze blowing from him towards us. So I think we've got lucky here. Like we mentioned, there's that small little water hole just behind him there, so he can head down there for a bit of a drink if he likes. And you can see where he's lying here, the ground is quite shaly, quite greyish, and you can see on his paws there how his paws have accumulated a lot of that dust and that dirt there. Joshua, in terms of a lion's roar, that's a good question. How far can it travel? You need to bear in mind the conditions. Obviously, if it's very windy, that roar is not going to travel as far as it might as if it's completely still. So usually, if you think of very early evening going into the sort of the night time, that's when the wind drops completely and it's perfectly still. So in those conditions, his roar is going to travel far. You've got to then bear and take into consideration the habitat. You know, is he in a thick forest maybe where there's lots of trees that are going to hold in that roar and prevent it from sort of being projected? Whereas where he's lying here, he's in the open. You know, his roar is going to be projected. And if he roared from where he is now on a completely still night, it would travel for about 7 to 8 kilometers. We would be able to hear that. So humans would hear that over 7 to 8 kilometers. Obviously, for a lion, their hearing is a lot more developed than ours, and that roar will travel a bit further. But I mean, you can imagine the power and the intensity and the sheer volume for that lion's roar to travel 8 km is incredible. If you haven't experienced a lion roaring, I urge everybody, please, any lion, anywhere, do yourself a favor. It's a experience that really has to be experienced. You know, I can talk it up as much as I'd like to, but it's until you really experience it firsthand that you can truly understand the sheer power and volume. I mean, it really, if you parked relatively close to a male lion like this and he belts a full one out, you're going to feel it. You know, a lot of people will say you can almost feel the vibrations of that lion. Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. As for now, he's quite relaxed. I don't see him giving us any roars anytime soon. Often there's a lot of sort of precursors to roaring. Remember, for a lion like this, roaring is a way of asserting his dominance over an area, sort of passively, you know, not having to meet up with another lion and box him, but passively, same as sort of urinating and things like that. That's a passive way of asserting your dominance. So he would come to a nice open area like this. You'd see a lot of grooming, you'd see a lot of yawning, grooming between him and his brother, as well as grooming himself. And then often when they do start off, it's not like they just kick into it full gear. He warms up to it slowly, you know. Oopsie, you see, my lion roar is too good, guys. I'm going to stop that. Sorry, guys. I mean, I was really just trying to give you the best rendition of a lion roar. And he looked directly at me. Lucky I didn't have a pot over my mouth. It would make it sound even deeper. But no, you can listen to a lion roar on YouTube or something like that. think it's safe to say that you can all call me the Lion Whisperer now. Just 2 short little warm-ups there. So anyways, what I was trying to say was that a lion like this will basically, he starts his call quite softly and builds up the volume and momentum until you would see him heaving with his whole body. You'd see the massive contractions and things in his stomach as he's really going at it full tilt. But let me maybe see if I can zoom out here a little bit and just give you a better idea of exactly where we are. Let me start maybe with the other one. You can see who's lying down just a little bit further to the side. So we add a little bit of a stranger angle here. The other one was sitting up quite nicely for us. This one is also, I'm sure, quite impressive as well, but it's just a little bit of a strange angle that we've got him at. So there's valley upon valley and ridgeline upon ridgeline going back that way there. So you can see the overcast conditions that we've got. And this continues all the way going around to my right hand side here. I'm not going to zoom all the way around because I don't want to make you dizzy, and really we'd need a good wide angle lens to show you exactly where we are. But I mean, they've got themselves in an absolutely stunning spot here. So definitely an amazing view that we do have here. I'm kind of secretly hoping that that he might decide to get up and have a drink for us. I mean, that would be absolutely incredible. But we'll take it one step at a time. White man, here's the evidence that the lions are at Kariega. There are indeed. There's males, there's females. Yeah, that's why I thought it would be quite nice to do a bit of a mission. I know you, amongst a few other people, white man, have been quite keen to potentially see 1 or 2 predators on Kariega. And yeah, I'm so happy that we could bring the scene to you. So these 2 males that we're having a look at now, these are the 2 dominant male lions of Kariega, and you can see why. I mean, this is a strong big boy. He must be weighing 210 kilos. We need to see him standing up to have a really better idea, but very well developed. So he's going to be the dominant male of the area here. And then there are some lionesses in Kariega as well. These males aren't with them right now. It's just them spending a bit of time together. Bit of bonding between the boys. I mean, you have a look at the size of his head and his mane development. You can kind of just see his front paws there. Let me see if I can go all the way in for you. Really big front paws. We can kind of see the back pads, big feet, but remember, I mean, his front feet are going to be much bigger than his back feet, and very muscular. Very, very muscular. In terms of this area, there are plenty of warthogs moving around these areas, so I'm sure that they would look to potentially prey upon warthog. But warthog is quite a tough animal to kill. You know, it's a very hardy animal, makes a lot of noise. You know, there are plenty of other species here as well. You can imagine something like a male kudu with big horns trying to make its way through the thickets here. If lions were chasing it, it would have quite a tough time with those horns maybe being entangled upon some of the thickets. And you can see his ear flicking every now and then, that tail flicking a bit as well. It's probably one or two flies just buzzing him around, or buzzing around him there, giving him a slightly tough time. Here we go, that's what we wanted. Have a look at that. So if you've just joined us, if you've just tuned into the channel, we're here at Kariega. We've had a beautiful start to the day. Cooler conditions today. We've had a nice smattering of general game coming down to one of the waterholes. We've come to a beautiful vista, deep valleys and ridge lines, and we've got a coalition of male lions here, so you've come at a good time. You can see some of the grasses and things in the background just kind of getting puffed up and moving slightly every now and then with the breeze. And you can imagine for a male like this who's got such a thick, dense mane, on a very hot day he's going to heat up quite quickly. You know, that mane's definitely going to increase his body temperature quite a lot compared to something like a lioness. So on a hot day like yesterday, you wouldn't really find him on top of a ridge line like this here. Just listening to all the birds that are calling in the area here. Plenty of different birds going on. You can see it's not bothering him at all. There's green woodhoopers calling, Knysna Tarako calling. So plenty of different species. Can lions get bacterial infections? It is possible, yeah, it is possible. You know, like we've kind of talked about once or twice before, not just lions, but all animals out here have an incredible resilience to hardships and wounds and things like that. And for a lion like this, if he got a wound somehow that got infected, that got a bacterial infection, something to us, if we looked at it and we thought 100% he's going to die, he won't make it through that, you'd be surprised at how hardy a lion is. So let's say something happened to his back leg there. He would constantly keep licking it just to try and keep it clean, which I guess inadvertently would keep the wound open, but he would constantly lick it, and also the flies would constantly try and land on that wound, so you'd probably see him flicking his tail a whole lot more. But as a general rule of thumb, they are able to bounce back from bacterial diseases and wounds and things like that. But you can see, looking at him, it doesn't look like he's got any wounds. There is a... Oh, he's getting comfy. There is a young lioness of around 2.5 years who's they've been looking to mate with, to mate with her. And remember, that whole mating process, there's a lot of swatting and things like that. No shame, the flies are bugging him. There's a lot of swatting that goes on. The female will turn around and try and hit the male. So potentially we might start to see 1 or 2 more little scars and things like that on his face. Look at those beautiful, that white coloration on his chin there. Doesn't want us to see it. But we can start to see a little bit more of his front left paw there. Look at the size of it. It is absolutely immense. It's huge. If these flies keep bugging him like this, there is a chance there is a chance that he might even shift positions. That's a male, ladies and gentlemen, for everybody that didn't know. But no, aside from all of the jokes, that's more of a position that we see lions lying in when they're exceptionally full. You can imagine a lion like that takes all the pressure off of their stomach. So if they've gorged themselves, that's going to take all the pressure off the stomach. But it's quite a funny pose as well. I'm just going to zoom out a little bit. The second male's just shifted positions and he has sat up for us. Oh no, he's literally just sat down. As I started talking to you, he was sitting up and now he's just sat back down. Yeah, stick with him just a little bit and see if he does show us any love. But I mean, he was sitting up. It looked like he's got a bit of sort of darker coloration by his right eye. So if he had to sit up on the left looking at him, I don't know if it's a cut that's kind of in the process of healing. Almost said in the process of wounding. So busy talking about wounds and healing from wounds. We'll have a look and see what happens now. There is a wall of rain that is starting to come in. I would assume for them that they're not going to be too phased by it, given the heat that we've been having. But let's see if they do shift position. I mean, this male looks like he's hit the spot of the year there. You know, if it was a very hard downpour, I would assume that they'd probably go and take cover underneath one of the thickets. It's a little distance off, a few 100 meters off, so we'll wait and see what they get up to. But that is quite a funny position to watch him lying in. So remember now that if, let's say, we did have a very hard rain overnight, and these lions, it's not like they can just get out of the rain. You know, they can try and get out the rain, but even in a thicket they would get wet. Coming out on the other end of a storm like that, you would see these two males grooming each other. So number one, that helps to keep themselves clean. You can imagine with a big thick mane like we've seen, it's easy for ticks and little insects and all those types of things to get stuck in there. Little bits of even blood from a carcass, dirt and mud after the rain. So you would see them grooming each other. So that really helps with those hard to get to places, as well as strengthening the bond between the two of them. It's probably just like one fly that's buzzing around him. You know, when you're trying to sleep and there's just one mosquito and you've fallen asleep, but it wakes you up, and you know when you hit that deep sleep and you're so comfortable, you're so relaxed, you actually feel like weak to even try and swat the thing. And it buzzes around you a little bit and then goes off and comes back. It must be absolutely horrendous for a lion. I don't know if you've seen any pictures or even video footage of some of the lions up in East Africa. There is an incredible amount of flies that is always sitting on the nose region of these lions. You'll see like 15, 20 little flies sitting on the nose, and these lions will swat at them, and they, you know, like a school of fish, there's a bit of movement and then they come back and they land on the nose again. I mean, I've never seen anything to that extent in South Africa, but just judging by the occasional sort of flicks of this lion's paw and of his tail, doesn't look like there's a huge amount of flies buzzing around him. Genevieve, 100%. He's beyond majestic. That's what the female lions on the reserve say about him as well. He is a beauty. So in terms of body size, we've got to see a little bit of him now. He's quite a muscular lion. In terms of mane development, we've had a good look at that as well. And those are all factors that lionesses will take into consideration. There was a study that was actually done as well between male lions in South Africa and in East Africa. Just having a look to see if there was any sort of preference amongst the lionesses when selecting mates. So largely, if you have a look at a lot of East Africa, you think of Serengeti, you think of Ngorongoro and places like that. There seems to be a lot more of the blonde-maned trait amongst male lions in East Africa than South Africa. And during the course of their study, they actually found in South Africa, male lions that had a darker mane seemed to be more dominant and kind of asserted a lot more dominance than males who had slightly lighter colored manes, and then vice versa in East Africa. So for this lion, you can see underneath his chin he's still quite blonde. So as he continues to develop and age, he should start to darken out on that mane underneath his chest quite a lot. Whereas remember, on top of his back, he was quite dark there, which is that's a natural sort of progression. You know, and it will vary from individual to individual. So I see the other male has just shifted positions, and talking about manes and color of manes and things like that, I'm going to start to move across towards the other male lion. If he doesn't shift, I'm just going to wait a few seconds. But when we do move, have a look at the difference in color of the mane underneath the chest, underneath the throat area. We seem kind of okay for the moment. So you can just kind of see a little bit of that mane underneath his chest there. Very different color to that initial male. And now that he's got his foot in the air like this, we can really have a good look at the paw of this lion. So you can
join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
Nothing changed with our original male here. That seems to be the comfortable spot for him. Can kind of just see those longer reeds on the left hand side blowing along in the wind. Very possible that they could have had a drink earlier. Just having a look, you know, earlier we were talking about how the ridgeline that he's lying on here is quite shaly. And it definitely looks like a lot of movement and tracks on top of the actual ridgeline itself. Can kind of see on the left hand side, going down closer to where his tail is, how it's a lot darker there. So potentially this male could have been walking up and down, lying down, getting up, shifting positions, and that's what's caused all of the disturbance in the soils here, or in the shale here. Can kind of see all of the slightly lighter colors there. I'm sure he's been moving up and down there. I'm just thinking about it. You can see how he's got most of his body, his upper body, kind of, facing to the right-hand side there. A lot of his body weight's kind of slouched over. I was just thinking if it was the opposite way, if he was kind of slouched over to the left-hand side. I'm sure you've seen every now and then there's a bit of a twitch coming from his foot. I'm definitely a twitcher in my sleep, And I was just thinking, if he had to have his body weight on the opposite side and he had a really good sort of twitch in his, whether lions dream or not, but while he's sleeping, and kind of half tumble down that little embankment there, that would be a good chuckle. So you've got to remember, in terms of activity and movements for the lion, everything's basically going to be calories in, calories out, and everything's got to be worth it, you know. They're not just going to move around just because they can. They don't know when their next meal's going to be. You know, it might be in a few days' time. They just don't know. Remember, in terms of hunts for lions, only around sort of 40% of those hunts are successful. You know, 40-50%. So it's not like it's every time they go out hunting they're going to grab something. And then obviously in terms of your temperatures, early morning, late afternoon, that's a good time. And you've got to bear in mind they do have the whole night to move around as well. When temperatures are nice and cool, remember they've got very good eyesight at night time. So yes, it is quite cool now. Yes, it is overcast, but there's no real reason for them to get up and move. You know, unless they wanted to go on a territorial patrol. Even that, I mean, they could, but there's not much point. They've got very specific sort of timings in terms of doing that. You know, why not do it when it's a bit cooler and later on than do it now? You know, amongst all of the animals, they do say lions do sleep the most. You know, there's the term of the king of the jungle. And I think in terms of being sort of king of the jungle, I think they're the apex predator. You know, as far as a predator on Kariega goes, they will be the apex predator. However, if a herd of elephants came past you now and maybe wanted to have a drink at this little waterhole just to the left of this one, everything really is based on a size hierarchy. So there'd probably be quite a lot of trumpeting coming from those elephants, especially if there's a small little calf amongst the herd. The ears of those elephants would be flared out to the side, making themselves look a bit bigger. And these lions would just have to make way for the elephants. Yes, they're apex predator, but in terms of size comparisons, there's no comparing it. And for these lions, there would be no point in trying to take on an elephant as well. It's not like they've got a kill or a carcass here that they're trying to protect. So they'd sit up, they'd watch and see what the herd is doing, and then they'd probably just head off in the opposite direction. But it definitely looks like our lions are settling down here. Looks like the rain's kind of setting in as well. I think while they're taking it easy here, let's take you across to Lisa at the Djuma Waterhole.
That is absolutely incredible, Nick. I had my eyes glued to the screen. That was awesome. And so cool to actually see their actual paws and discuss their footprints too. I myself just had an incredible sighting a moment ago as well. Of course, we know there is a kingfisher pair that has chicks in this tree on our right, but one of them actually had a skink. It was sort of like a yellow color, so it could have been a Cape skink, it could have been a spotted neck snake-eyed skink, I'm not sure. But it was so brief because the one adult just sort of like flicked it around a little bit, either to kill it or just to make it a little bit mushy, and then it took it into the crevice of the tree where we knew there were chicks, and of course that is now confirmation, and of course confirmation that the eggs have hatched. I have not seen the chicks myself, but wonderful to know that we will soon be seeing some new woodlands kingfishers, and it was really so incredible. But they took off. I've kept my eye on this area for quite some time now, and they have not yet returned, so I think they may have returned to this tree that the actual damn camera is on. So super exciting. I've been waiting to see and find them, because of course we hear them the whole time, but to actually see them on camera is a little bit tricky from time to time. But that is alright. We'll see how Dewey is doing. We also had a beautiful kudu bull, which just came for a drink and then left. So all in all, we are just having such an amazing day on Escape to Nature. And Dewey is still just relaxing, enjoying the African sun. And of course, very, very common sounds that we hear in the background. Some of them just pertaining to the summertime, which is the woodlands kingfisher, the chir-chir. But the constant that is of course the Cape turtle dove, also a very common species that you'll find in the suburbs and the city. But of course, always so wonderful to hear all of these animals. Dewey, there you are. Hey boy. Oh, and I've seen so many people underestimate these animals, especially when they are in the water. You tend to think, nah, it's not so big, it's fine, until they actually, sort of come to a more shallow area to mark their territory or to have a lie down. And then you realize, oh, no, not so small after all. I have no idea what that was. I just actually want to take a look at our buffalo weaver nest. Just bear with me. I'm not sure if something perhaps fell out there or if a bird just crashed into the tree. I'm not. I don't know what just happened. Just bear with me. Oh man, look how beautiful the sky is today. This is the perfect weather. Just look at that. It's like a painting. Man, Africa never disappoints. Anyway, let's get our eyes on the ground again. And remember, we are live as we are watching these beautiful animals. And we are, of course, interactive. So please do... Ooh, it might be these guys. You know, someone may have just bolted past the actual damn cam. But I'm not too sure. Sometimes we have monkeys. Sometimes we have birds. You know, sort of fiddling with a camera. But we are live and we are interactive. And we love hearing from you. At the end of the day, this is your safari. So whatever you would like us to look for, or whatever you would like to know, whether it's about the animals, even, you know, if it's not animals that we've been watching or have at the moment, you are more than welcome to ask us anything. And we really have had an awesome morning on Escape to Nature. We've seen cheetahs with Rolf, we've seen 2 male lions with Nick, as well as a buffalo, as well as ostriches and some birding that we've done. We have seen some beautiful antelope, like these beautiful waterbuck. Oh, sorry, these impala. These are impala, people. Lisa, this is an impala. The bigger antelope, however, were waterbuck. We've seen water monitors. We've seen Dewey, who's our hippo in Gowrie Dam. Sometimes he's here, sometimes he's, of course, in other watering holes. But we really have had a super productive day, and I really would like to know what was that noise that we just heard, but I have no idea, to be honest with you. I will of course keep my eyes open, but for now let's just appreciate this beautiful scene. If you close your eyes and you listen to that sound, not the which is of course the little lambs calling, but that other noise, those are of course also the impalas, but it's a rather scary sound if you don't know what you're listening to. You can easily mistake it for some sort of predator or something. I just quickly want to have a look past our tree. And that call you heard last now, that which was a bit of a more higher pitched. Often, unfortunately, when predators do get a hold of a baby impala or just an impala in general, then they'll make that sort of call. So if you do go on safari and you sort of hear that call but constantly, then you know, okay, well, something unfortunately has succumbed to a lion now, or a leopard perhaps even. Charles, good morning. You would like to know which antelope species has got the loudest, the loudest alarm call. I would say, for me personally, this is just personal opinion. Of course, you know, we all define loud as something else. Definitely a kudu and a nyala. They've got this very, very loud bark that they give when they see a leopard or lion, and it's very distinctive. So for me, definitely them. The impalas can also, you know, when they are in a harem or big group and they all simultaneously do an alarm call, then it can be pretty loud as well. But in terms of just individual giving an alarm call, definitely a kudu or a nyala. And if you are not familiar with a call, it's something I can't imitate, unfortunately. Definitely go research it. I can do a vervet monkey alarm call, which is sort of like a but I cannot do the kudu or the or the nyala. My voice is not that deep. But that would be my personal opinion. If you differ with me, let me know. And please also do let me know the question I asked earlier. Where did your love for wildlife and animals start? When did you know, okay, well, this is definitely something I love watching or just love learning about. And not necessarily on wild earth, you know, it could have been when you were much younger. You may have been on safari by yourself, perhaps. Perhaps you visited a national park. Let me know. I'm very, very keen to learn. Because as I often say, you know, I don't know any of you personally. I haven't met you personally, but how incredible is it that we are all connected every single day. And the one thing that, of course, connects us is our passion and our love for wildlife. And that allows us to talk and have discussions like we've known each other for years. So let me know, where did it all start for you? Perhaps it was a certain sighting, a certain moment that you've had, certain animal that you've heard roaring or meowing or bleh, whatever it was. I would love to hear from you. Oh, man, I love it when the animals come so close to the damn camera. You can really fully appreciate them. Oh, this one still seems a little bit big. Might just be the angle, but she seems like she still might be pregnant. I will definitely investigate. But while I do that, I'm going to send you to Rolf and his amigos.
So we are still sitting with our cheetah here, the three boys underneath this beautiful milkwood tree. And you may ask yourself why I have been spending so much time with them. Well, there's a few reasons, because that I have decided, and I often do choose to spend time with cheetah. Firstly, across the locations, it's quite a rare animal to spend time with. You might find that you see a lot of leopards, lots of lions, spotted hyena, but it's pretty rare that we get to see cheetah. So that's one of the reasons why I want to spend time with them. Secondly, they've just recently been released or relocated onto this reserve. So it's, for me, kind of a documentation of their explorations and arrival on the reserve itself. And with it being such an iconic species, and particularly South Africa, Southern Africa, across the globe, it's just highlighting their plight as well in conservation terms, with their numbers really dwindling, and a real conservation success story here on Amakhala, where they are assisting in expanding the population, or assisting in trying to stem the flow of numbers dwindling. So it's one of those animals that in the not too distant future we might see that the numbers drop to the point where we hardly ever see them anymore. So those are the couple of reasons why I choose to stick with them. Another one being is that if you know and understand cheetah behavior, as opposed to some of the other predators, they can be mobile and active at different times during the day. So it's very exciting to be around them. So those are the reasons that I choose to be with them. And if you thought, why? Well, now you know. It's not that we're neglecting the other species, it's just that we and I choose to spend as much time as possible with these three. I think we're going to see them doing all sorts, and potentially even get some live hunts, but we need to spend time with them for us to actually see that. If we don't and we just pop in and out, we might miss those exciting moments. Even though not very exciting now when they're sleeping under a bush, but you never know when they're going to become active, and they are indeed sleeping underneath a milkwood tree. And just there's wonderful stories about these particular trees, especially down here in this part of the country, because we don't get very many big trees. And these are one of the special ones that do get reasonably large. And yeah, there's a lot of stories about milkwood trees, and I'd just like to read you a bit of an excerpt that I've now lost. I'll just try and find it back. So, as I was saying, with them being such special trees, especially in this part of the country, Eastern Cape milkwood trees that became national monuments. And this is an excerpt from the Farmers Weekly, which is a newspaper here in South Africa. Linked to historic events down the ages, a number of protected milkwoods in South Africa have become national monuments. Mike Burgess explores the intriguing story behind each of these beautiful trees. The white milkwood, the Latin name Sideroxylon inerm, is a hardy, handsome evergreen tree endemic to the coastal areas of southern Africa. It's a slow-growing species with very hard wood, and it's well known for its longevity. In 1993, a white milkwood was declared a national monument simply due to its extraordinary age and size. Growing on the farm Renosterfontein near Bredasdorp in the Southern Cape, it is over 1,000 years old and has a trunk more than 3 meters thick and a 20-meter wide canopy. These statistics alone make it an invaluable artifact of the region's natural history. There are, however, 3 other milkwoods in South Africa whose longevity placed them near historical human events with which they are still associated. Now I'm going to read out the 3 different stories at different times so we can allow for whatever needs to be done in terms of the show. So the first story is the Mossel Bays milkwood. In 1488, the Portuguese explorer Bartholomew Dias became the first European to sail around the southernmost tip of Africa. He therefore opened up a future sea route to India, which was reached about 10 years later by Vasco da Gama. The Dias Museum complex in Mossel Bay is home to a milkwood more than 500 years old, once used by Portuguese sailors as a place to leave messages for others. The practice began in 1500 when Portuguese sea captain Pedro da Teide landed at Mossel Bay to find fresh water after his return from India, and left a message in a boot or old pot, depending on who you ask, under a milkwood tree. The message, describing problems he had experienced in India, was found the following year by João da Nova, who ordered that a Christian hermitage be built near the tree. Today the tree is a national monument and doubles as South Africa's oldest post office. Letters can be posted in a shoe-shaped post box close to where da Nova's hermitage once stood. And that's the first of 3, and if you stay tuned, we'll head on over and I'll tell you about the other 2 that are also national monuments.
Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
So the second most famous milkwood tree is the one called the Woodstock tree, and that's down in the Cape. Although the Cape was returned to the Netherlands by the British in early 1803, Britain's conflict with Napoleonic France very soon led to the re-emergence of Cape Town, then under control of the Dutch Batavian Republic, as a place of strategic importance. On 6th of January 1806, the British launched a seaborne invasion of the Cape, with troops landing at today's Melkbosstrand, or Milkwood Beach. On 8 January, the British had routed the Dutch near Blouberg Hill. Lieutenant Colonel van Propaloff, responsible for the Batavian defense of Cape Town, was given 36 hours to surrender by the British officer in command, Major General Sir David Baird. By 10 January, the British accepted the Dutch surrender in a thatched cottage, demolished in the 1930s, near a milkwood tree that still stands in Cape Town's Woodstock area. And the third national monument, and being a milkwood, is the milkwood in Pedi, which is very close to us here where we are in the Eastern Cape. And the Mfengu people arrived in the Eastern Cape's former Transkei after fleeing the violent expansion of the Zulu nation further north, east, during the 1820s in the time of King Shaka. Many Mfengu, a name derived from the Xhosa phrase Siyamfengusa, which means we are wanderers seeking service, were welcomed by Qaleka Xhosa chief Xinsa, who doubled as the paramount of all Xhosa. When British forces under the command of Sir Benjamin de Urban invaded Xinsa's Ngakaland during the Sixth Frontier War in the mid-1830s, two cataclysmic events occurred. First, Xinsa was killed by the British. Second, about 15,000 Mfengu, mainly keenly associated with the Wesleyan Methodist Missionary Society near today's Butterworth, followed the British forces back across the Great Kai River towards the Cape Colony. The British settled them beyond the Keiskamma River near today's Pedi, where they affirmed their loyalty to the British Empire and Christianity under a milkwood tree on former Xhosa territory. The Mfengu thereafter went on to offer valuable military support to British forces until the Xhosa's eventual defeat in the 1870s. However, soon after the Ninth and final Frontier War, which was 1877 to 1878, the Cape administration included the loyal Mfengu in their drive to disarm Africans under their jurisdiction. The betrayal deeply shocked the Mfengu, but despite strenuous protests, they were never rearmed and had to settle for annual celebrations of their special relationship with the British at Pedi's milkwood tree. So, lots of stories around the milkwood tree, and currently we have 3 cheetah under one of them. It's called a milkwood as well because it's one of the trees that does have a milky white latex. It's got a fruit on it, but and if you pick those fruits, there's a milky latex. If you pick the leaves, there's a milky latex. But it's one of the rare species that has a latex but is not toxic. We also look at the forest numnum or Carissa by Spinoza, one of my favorite little fruits, as Morgan will know, and you may see in some of the little package highlights that come through that So Tanya, history lessons, yeah, well that's what escaping to nature is all about. It's bringing not only the natural world to the fore, it's also talking about the human relationship with that as well. So we have time to chat and go deeper into ecological concepts as well as the cultural history that combines to make it a fascinating story. And with us being in the Albany thicket, we don't get many big trees. So obviously these milkwoods really are sort of landmarks within the greater terrain. And provides excellent shade and shelter for animals. I'm really glad they're under a milkwood because it does enable us to be able to see them better than if they were just in a thicket. There's lots of common fiscals, or the old fiscal shrike calling, probably out catching insects. And the sun just starting to poke through the clouds, and we can expect the temperature to rise substantially as that happens. I'll have to get the sunscreen out and slap it all over my burning nose. And that sort of call, if you can hear it, it's like dwee, 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 dwee. That is the common fiscal. There's the ever-present bicycle pump bird, rufous-naped lark, but we don't always hear the common fiscal. And as the sun has poked through, I think it's heating up, and that's aligned almost exactly with the wind picking up. I think the ground is now heating up with the sun, and so that creates differences in pressure and heat rising, and then obviously bringing in the cold air to replace it. So the wind starts. Movement of air. Definition of wind, simple as that. But created by changes of temperature and pressure relations with that. Obviously, being so close to the coast, we've got the heating of the earth and the moderate change or the difference of the ocean, which is normally cooler once the sun starts baking the earth, and so the air then moves from the ocean towards the land. Later on in the evenings, it's the opposite. As the land starts cooling and the water seemingly a bit warmer, it moves back down towards the ocean. So you then have that land breeze coming off the ocean or towards onshore, or the offshore when it's later on moving back towards the sea. And there's grasses just in front of the cheetah. Well, you can see there is top right. Those are Aristida congesta, or the tassel 3-awn. Those are pesky grass species, especially if you go out on trails here. Those are the seeds armed with a spike, and they go into your socks, and it is terrible to walk with them when you have them in your socks, because they really have a sharp spike on them, and you can have your entire sock full of them. So that's why we use gaiters, what we term gaiters. In the snow, they use it to stop the snow from going inside your shoes. Here, when we go on trails right across Africa, when we go on, whether it's with Big Five or whatever, if you walk here, you put gaiters on to stop the seeds going in your socks. And it's one of the worst species to walk if you don't have gaiters. That particular one right there is a pioneer species and normally grows in disturbed soils. If it dominates, then you know that it's generally because there's been overgrazing, or there's, something like that, or it's being re-established. So one of the first species to come up. You also find them very regularly next to roads where the soil has been disturbed from the road maintenance activities or building thereof. some crows and white-necked ravens also giving us some calls. And we can hear some flies buzzing past as well. I'm going to go out on a limb and lay my bets on these guys sleeping for 15 minutes to half an hour. And then they're going to get up and maybe walk down into the river line and see if they can bump up something like a duiker. And there are also mountain reedbuck that frequent these parts, so that would be a good size for these guys to take down. But they are very alert, and they've got a very sharp little whistle that they use for an alarm call. And a little while ago there were some that spotted these cheetah or smelt them, and we could hear that very sharp little whistling alarm from them. So they've disappeared, but that's not to say that if these guys get up and walk around, they may come across a little herd of them and could have a go. Nice stretch after an irritating fly woke it up. You can see those shoulders now already starting to grow. I think these guys are already more muscular than when we first saw them. Just under a month ago. Well, it's about between 2 and 3 weeks that I've been following them, and they're definitely growing muscular wise, filling out. They were very skinny when I first saw them and hadn't eaten in a while. But now they've had some substantial meals and a bit more exercise, and their growth path is going well. So the waiting game will continue, and we'll keep on listening to the Bush Telegraph to hear what else is going around. But from our sleepy spots, I think it's over to Nick with his sleepy lie.
And welcome back to Kariega Game Reserve, not too far away from Amakhala, a little bit further east. We've still got some overcast conditions here, and we're still sitting with our two dominant male lions, who have got a early head start on the weekend, and their plans are pretty evident of taking it easy. Yeah, it's just lovely to have these males out and right out in the open here. So we've decided to spend a bit more time here. You know, why not? They are in beautiful condition. And just to reintroduce myself, if you've only just joined us, I'm Nick. I'm the photographic naturalist for today. And yeah, welcome to our escape to nature, where we're bringing a little slice of paradise to wherever you are. So we've shifted positions just a little bit. When you were last with me here, I was parked a little further up, on the road, kind of looking down towards the lions, and now shifting to get a little bit lower, kind of on more of a eye level ground, if anything, kind of looking slightly up towards this male lion. And I'm really hoping that he will potentially sit up and look straight at us. That's the shot that I'm really hoping to get. Maybe if he really wanted to give me an early birthday present, that'll be a little yawn right on top there. So you can see in terms of what we've got here in the background how nice and dark that background is. So it's really putting a lot of the focus straight on this line. You can see how much lighter his body color is in certain parts of his mane and his face in comparison to that background. So really going to help just to make him pop. Definitely seems to be a day for the cats here in the Eastern Cape, with the cheetahs that Rolf has got there at Amakhala, these lions here at Kariega. There we go, a little bit of grooming, that's what we want. Gotta be careful not to put his tongue on the ground there and collect a whole lot of dirt while he's at it. But if you were with us sort of half an hour, 45 minutes ago, we briefly touched on if a lion like this did have to get any types of wounds or potentially an infection or anything like that, one of the things he would be doing was exactly that. Kind of just grooming, cleaning out that wound. There is no wound that I know of. Let me have a quick look with the binoculars. Oh, there we go. Oh, I thought we were going to get our yawn. Almost. Now I can see where he was licking. There's actually there's a small little cut that he's got. So potentially from his brother. Potentially squabbling over a little kill, and his brother kind of just swatted him on the paws there. Sandy, I agree with you through and through. He is an absolute beaut of a male lion. Absolutely stunning. Big body, big thick mane. He doesn't seem to have too many sort of scratches on his face. He's got one or two, but nothing kind of too deep set. Remember, he still is relatively young, closer to about 4.5 years. You can see he's doing a little bit of grooming, but mainly keeping his eyes close, and the direction that he's looking. There's quite a lot of sort of open sky, glary sky. It is quite bright, so potentially that's why he's got his eyes closed largely a lot of the time. Yeah, I'm just having a good look with the binoculars as well. It does look like on that front right paw, closer to the bottom, I'm sure you can see it as well. It looks like there are one or two almost like puncture wounds potentially of where a claw or something like that has gone in. So I would say there's a good chance of that being from his brother. If they've got something small like a small warthog or something like that, not too much food to go around between two big male lions, and quite commonplace for there to be a bit of boxing, a bit of fighting, roaring, and paw swatting between the two of them. And it's just a little case of keeping things clean here. This is the best thing that he can do to keep it nice and healthy. Lulu, what animal is this lion scared of? He needs to be, I would say, maybe a potentially better word might be cautious than scared. I don't think he gets too scared by any of the animals out here. But something like an elephant that is bigger than him, he knows he will need to kind of make way. That if an elephant wants to get from A to B and he is in the middle, he will have to move. Elephant is about 6 tons, you know. If he's 220 kilos, he's a big lion. But you know, you can't compare those two different weights. So I don't think he would be very scared. He would kind of instinctively know. There is a sort of a weight class that he just can't fight in. But what an absolute beauty. Look how that mane comes all the way down his back there as well. From this angle we can kind of see starting to darken out underneath his chest and things a little bit there. So he's showing some really good genetics here. You know, he's a good looking male lion.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
But maybe while he was kind of resting, remember we talked about there being 1 or 2 flies that was buzzing around him. Potentially he could have felt them on those little wounds that he's got on his front right leg there. Kind of just roused himself a little bit to do a bit of grooming, and it looks like he's settling back down to rest again. And you can see behavior like that is exactly telling us that there's a fly that's bothering him there somewhere. Amy, that's a good question. How many sets of teeth do a lion or do lions have in their lifetime? So they're not going to be like an elephant or a shark or something like that, where there will be plenty of different sets of teeth that will push through. So they will just keep one set of teeth throughout their lifetime. That will obviously grow and develop. You look at quite a few pictures and bits of footage of lions and even leopards that have got into fights with each other, and the sort of the canines becoming either loose in the sockets or completely sort of breaking off. You'll see that there's no regrowth. There's no other tooth that'll push through there. Shame he's still struggling with the flies. So for them, they're going to have just one set of teeth. And that set of teeth is actually a very good way to age a lion. There's a whole lot of other factors, but it's understandable that as that lion ages, the teeth will become a lot more yellow in color. And then when they do become sort of significantly older, you'll see their canines actually become rounded off. They're not very sort of sharp and pointy, they become very rounded. So if he gives us a nice big yawn, we'll get a good idea of his set of teeth that he's got, and his canines will be beautifully sharp and pointed. Still a young lion, this one. He shouldn't have lost any teeth. Look at that, sitting up, surveying his territory. Big valley on my right hand side that he's looking down towards. What a majestic view. Nomusa, thanks for the question. Well, in terms of the front foot, remember the front foot's going to be bigger than the back foot. So it's going to be broader than that back foot. And then in terms of the diameter, sure. I'm just trying to have a think now. I actually haven't... I would probably, I'm not sure of the exact sort of centimeters, but I'd say in terms of length, probably 15 centimeters or so, somewhere around there. I'd have to double check on it. But I mean, that front foot is going to be big and broad. It's going to be sizable. I mean, it's going to be like the size of a side plate. You know, it's going to be really, really big. There we go. It's getting up for us. Just a little reposition. Well, that was lovely to see him up and moving. Lovely little bit of stretching, little bit of yawning, and giving us a quick idea of his body size. And back down to square one, back to a bit of resting. I think now that he's shifted position, let's take you across to Lisa and see what she's got for us.
Thank you, Nick. We've got an elephant, and he just made his way through the watering hole, and Dewey just sort of gave way, just moved off a little bit. I was really hoping for some interaction between the two. But how amazing is this, and what a day we have had. We really have had so many wonderful sightings today. And Nick, your lion really reminded me of this morning's sighting with Steve in Madikwe. We had a female lion that was, well, she wasn't really stalking. She kept her eyes open, and she caught a warthog. And this male lion just came over, strolled over, took the kill from her, and went to go lie down in the shade like he had just done the biggest marathon of his life. That's literally what your lion just did, Nick. That little bit of movement. Oh, goodness, now I'm tired. I need a nap. I would definitely not mind being a lion out in the wild. But of course, these guys are my ultimate favorite. I love elephants. They are just super fascinating, and this is a rather impressive elephant in terms of size, in terms of tusks. It's always good to, especially when you don't have a good angle of an animal, but specifically elephants, when they are standing like this, for instance, you can definitely use the ears as a reference. Because a lot of elephants have different tusks. You know, they can be very old with very thin and short tusks. They can be very old and then have massive tusks, but the ears are generally a good reference, as well as the actual head size. But of course, when it's like this and you can just see his bum and his beautiful ears flapping, then it's generally a good idea to have a look at that. And this is what elephants do day or night. You can find them drinking at night as well. They won't really go into an actual waterhole at night as much as you would see them doing so during the day. And of course there can be a lot of reasons for that. You know, the safety aspect is definitely something, especially if they have calves with them. They don't always know what's in the water, especially at night. But then during the day, of course, it is much hotter as well. Although that being said, here in Greater Kruger, sometimes it can still be a good 35 degrees Celsius at night. 11 o'clock at night, it can still be super hot. So it really does depend on the situation, but we know that elephants love swimming. They love cooling off, mud bathing, but generally your lone males like this will just sort of take a quick dip, drink a little bit, carry on feeding, and then this bull might meet up with another herd during the day. But especially your older bulls will just sort of do their own thing. They retire and just take it easy, but what a magnificent creature. Just look at the size of those tusks. And of course you hide them from us. And I asked you all earlier on, please do let me know, where did your love for animals and wildlife start? And Michelle, you are saying that it's literally just always been a part of you. And I agree with you. Ever since I was small, I could talk to animals before I could even talk to humans. I think today I still communicate better with animals than humans sometimes. And definitely, till the day that I die, I will always be super devoted to them and do as much as I can for them, even if it's just educating about them, the importance of everything about them, and not just something as big as an impressive elephant or cheetahs or lions. Even the smaller things, the beetles, the birds, everything out here is so, so crucial. And it's very important for us to take good care of it. Who are you sizing up that marula? No, just having a good head scratch. You have to make do when you don't have hands. That is what they do, not just elephants, but also rhinos, warthogs, buffaloes. When they've got some excess mud on them, be it from elephants actually mud spraying themselves, or something like a buffalo or warthog actually mud wallowing, lying down in the mud. As soon as they exit, generally you find them next to a tree or a rock or stump, and they'll just get rid of that excess mud. And it's so fascinating, especially when you go to a waterhole. If you ever find yourself on safari, be it in a national park or on a private game reserve, definitely have a look at the trees, the bigger trees, all around that watering hole. If there are elephants and buffaloes and those sort of animals in that park or reserve, you'll definitely see those trees full of mud. And that is from all of the excess mud they are just getting rid of, all the ticks and parasites they may have smothered in the process. Super, super clever. And if you're only joining us for the first time today, we are in the beautiful Djuma in Sowisand. And of course, this is Escape to Nature. So thank you so much for spending your time with us on this beautiful Friday. We've got a stunning elephant bull just scratching himself, getting rid of some excess mud. But if you are only joining us now, it has been a super action-packed day in terms of actual sightings. We've had some water monitors, we've had this beautiful elephant, a lot of antelope that we've seen all across our various locations. We've had some cheetahs with Rolf, lions with Nick, ostriches. It really just has been such an incredible day. And of course, remember we are live and this is interactive, so we love hearing from you. If you have any questions or anything, please do let me know. I actually have a question for all of you, and that is, why do you love wildlife? Where did it start for you? I mentioned earlier, for me, it started as a toddler going on safaris in this very same area in the Sabi Sand. And I remember one impeccable sighting we had with a massive breeding herd of elephants. One elephant actually bypassed our safari vehicle, and this cow's eye was literally right next to us. And it really was such an amazing moment. But for me personally, I've been super privileged with all of the sightings I've had, whether just as a visitor or as an actual guide and naturalist for guests. But where did it all start for you? Was it perhaps a safari you went on? Is it something that, you were just born with it? You've always just loved animals? Perhaps it's something in particular you've seen on Wild Earth or on any documentary. Please do let me know. I would love to hear from you. Danny, good afternoon. Thank you so much for getting in touch with me. You are saying your love for animals has also been a lifelong thing. It's difficult to pinpoint it, eh? If you've just always loved animals and, love talking about them and watching them, it's difficult to actually pinpoint it. I was having a discussion with one of our viewers earlier on as well, Ray J, and she also just said, you never can get tired of it. It's just something that's, you don't know how it happened or where it happened, but it just happened. And I always get so excited when we've got new viewers on, Safari or Escape to Nature as well, because it's when people sort of discover, wow, we can watch these animals as they are live right now. This elephant doesn't even know that we are watching him. He's got no idea. We are on a dam camera here at Gowrie Dam. And luckily he can't hear me either. But how incredible is it? And how privileged are we just to be able to watch wildlife? This is not scripted. It is not set up. That is not a robotic. That is an actual African elephant that we get to experience for ourselves. Just watch it do its thing. It really, really, really never gets old. Ooh, look at the dust explosion. I love that. I've mentioned many a times that's got to be one of my favorite things to not only see but also to photograph is an elephant mud bathing or dust bathing. Lenny, you are saying you have always loved nature and animals since you've been a small child. It really is. For a lot of us, it is just that way. We've just always loved it. And that's why I always encourage parents, even if you've got teenage children. The funny thing with me and my family, so I'm actually the only one from my siblings. I'm the only one in this industry. But my brother when we used to go on safari as children and, you know, visit the Sabi Sand and all of that, he wasn't really ever keen. Like, he would go on safari, but he was always just like, eh. And then I think it was probably like 8 years ago or something. He phoned me in a frenzy and he was like, listen, there is a big problem. Rhino poaching is skyrocketing. It is becoming a hectic and radical problem. And I want you to know about this and I want to inform you. And I almost, you know, I started crying almost because I was like, that is so adorable. Like, thanks, bro. That is super cool because his enthusiasm and everything was just adorable. You know, of course, I knew about rhino poaching and all of that. But it also just made me realize that maybe I don't share enough with my family. I share so many of the info and everything with all of you. But maybe it's something that should start at home as well. And for me, I've definitely, you know, tried to start focusing on that way more. Luckily with my niece, she's 8 years old and you don't really even have to start anything with her. She will tell you everything you need to know about lions and leopards and cheetahs. She can immediately tell you the difference between a cheetah and a leopard. We got her a leopard puzzle for Christmas. And my sister sort of still helped her unwrap it. And my sister was like, oh, is that a cheetah or leopard? And she just gave her this look of like, Mom, focus. That's a leopard. And it was really so cool. But I think it's definitely something that we need to start focusing even with our friends and our family. Sometimes it's a difficult discussion for me to have with my mother. Because, you know, I will often tell her we can't continue to repopulate as human beings and, you know, just take over everything and animals eventually have no place to go anymore. And then she'll say, no, but Lisa, they're just animals and they will do what they need to do and da-da-da-da. Don't get me wrong, my mom is also a wildlife enthusiast, but it's just sometimes difficult, even someone that is super close to you, to sort of convey that to him. My better half as well, I'll often get home at night and then I'll show him, oh, look at this kill that happened today and, you know, all of that. And he will be super excited about it. And then I realize, Lisa, you are so spoiled. Because for him, you know, it's not something that he sees every day. Even if it is virtual, it is such a rare and special sighting. Whereas, you know, us in... well, all of us, the tech team, the directors, everyone at Wild Earth, not that we take it for granted, but you sort of become used to it. And every now and again, we just have to remind ourselves, this is such a privilege. Crystal, good afternoon. Super nice hearing from you as always. You are saying, as a child, local tomcat, following bunny tracks in the snow. How adorable is that? And again, you know, to you that might be something that is normal, being able to track something in the snow. Of course, for us in South Africa, we're like, snow, what? That is amazing. But it really just goes to show, and that is what I love about specifically Escape to Nature, but everything we do at Wild Earth is just connecting with all of you as well and getting your opinion and where did it start for you. And I mean, that to me, that's mind-blowing. Bunny tracks in the snow. I would love that. And you're probably just like, you know, it's an everyday thing. But again, as I say, we should all be so honored and just grateful for everything that we still do have around us. I think as humans, we can be super destructive and we tend to sort of just, as I say, take over everything. But I think we constantly have to keep reminding ourselves, even if you are living in the city, and you've got the annoying Haida ibis, 4 a.m. in the morning, even then you should say, okay, well, not now, but thank you. Because all of the birds, insects, frogs. Last night I had a massive frog on my porch, and literally just before I wanted to ID it got away. But even something like that, we are still so lucky to be able to still have some of it around us. And I know sometimes it can be annoying. Believe me, I am not at all oblivious to that. You know, the chojos and the spiders, and I know a lot of people are freaked out by that. But definitely something we should still be taking care of and be grateful for, as opposed to just wanting to take it out.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
I remember the one morning I came back from safari, and Ruan, people always used to think we're twins because we looked very like, apparently. It's actually his birthday. Happy birthday, Ruan. But I came in and I was super cranky. It was just a long safari, and he said to me, "What's wrong? Like, did you not have a good safari?" And I said, no, it was brilliant. Like, we saw great things. We had great discussions. And he said, "Okay, well, why are you so tired? What's wrong with you?" And I had the audacity to say that, well, I didn't get much sleep because the lions right outside, because the lions had made a kill like literally 200 meters away from my room. I had the audacity to say, well, the lions kept me up all night and they were roaring and they were just making a big racket when they were constantly fighting over this carcass. And Ruan literally looked at me and he was like, "You spoiled brat." And I realized, yes, how lucky am I to be able to say that. Anyway, definitely keep your answers coming as to why you love animals and where it all started for you. But another reason I love animals is, of course, cheetahs and trees, flowers, just absolutely everything that we get to see. And so I will send you over to Rolf so we can see what he's looking at.
Well, our sleepy cheetah, especially this one, is well and truly tangled up in the tree itself. So if these guys are spooked or get a surprise, it's going to be hilarious as to how this one untangles itself. But a moment ago it was using those branches as a pillow, but it does look a bit more comfortable now that it's put its legs through those two branches and seemingly deep in sleep. Still lots of cloud cover, but the sun poking through every now and then, and the wind picking up with it, so it's cooling it off and heating it up at the same time. A little bit of funny temperature at the moment. I don't know if I need to put my jersey on or not. When I put it on, I'm hot. When I take it off, I'm getting a bit chilly. But that's a strange thing here in the Eastern Cape. I don't know if it's the salty air or what it is, but even in winter it can be very cold, or seemingly cold, but I still get sunburnt with a big jacket on. So the sun is very harsh here next to the ocean. But it seems the theme is sleepy cats, both on Kariega, which is not far from here, as well as on Amakhala. In Kariega they've got a sleepy lion, and we've got sleepy cheetah. There they are, all three of them. They'll also be pretty comfortable because it's not extremely hot like it was yesterday and the days before that. It was well over 40 degrees. It was sweltering. So with that nice cloudburst last night, it's at least cooled everything off. All the roads, I love it when we have rain out in the bush, because then you can go out and you see lots of the fresh tracks and you know that it's fresh, and you've got a lovely timeline as well. When it rained, and if it's on top of that rain, you can judge or guess accordingly of exactly when the animal walked there. Got a southern boo-boo calling now. A very tropical sound. Rose, traditionally or historically speaking, and in general, should I say, cheetah are very well adapted to hunting during the day, but they can hunt at night as well. But I would say their preference, or in general, they do hunt mostly during the day, but we do know that they hunt at night as well. What we've found with these guys is that they've mostly been hunting in the first light of the morning, so very, very early. And I think they've probably been going around at night, but I think their eyesight isn't as good as the likes of hyena and lions. So I think, just from their point of view, they prefer the light hours of day. And that's when you see them hunting the most. But generally, we lose them in the evening. They would be walking around. You can see that they're on the hunt and maybe unsuccessful. And maybe I don't know. We lose them in the hours of darkness. And that's also one of the reasons, because of their binocular vision. They can see up to about 5 kilometers. Very big eyes as well. And that's one of the reasons why we never shine on cheetah with a spotlight. At night, when we're on night drives, because it does affect the cheetah more than the other predators. And even better would be to put on a red light that then doesn't affect the predators as much as the white light. But in general, the rulings on most reserves is that you don't shine on cheetah at all as soon as the sun goes down. So you leave them well alone because of their adaptations to hunting during the day. But we've also seen, I saw it in the Masai Mara, we've also seen with Pumulela, which she's the female here on Amakhala with her two youngsters. Lauren was of the view that she was hunting at night, just because it seemed like she was having more success during the hours of darkness, and she would always arrive in the morning at first light, and they were already on a kill, or they would have already eaten. So there, however, there's not the prevalence of big predators such as spotted hyena or lion, so they do then have that bonus of being able to walk around and hunt at night and not be harassed by those bigger predators. So that's where they obviously adapt to their specific environment and the animals that occur within that. And if it's available, and they can, then they do. They'll hunt day or night whenever they can be successful. But yeah, all we can do is watch and report on our findings, and that's what we found. Lauren finding that Pumulela potentially hunting more so at night, and we've so far seen these guys hunting mostly in that early hours, even before sunrise. But when the light's still coming through and they can see far enough, and then they go for their hunts. So Kimberley, yeah, the brothers can fight over a kill, especially when it's very small. And we didn't see it, but we heard from the other rangers that saw them catch a little piglet, warthog, and immediately there was a fight over it because it's not big enough for the three of them. It's not even big enough for one of them. So it's like a bit of a snack. And so they grab it and then they start to fight over it. And normally it lands up at being pulled into pieces. But if one can have it, they'll take it, and so there can be a little bit of conflict in that time. So yes, they can fight over smaller prey, but when it's big, and we've seen them on an eland baby, then they all get stuck in, and there's not too much aggression around the kill. It's when if they potentially don't make a kill for a long time and they kill something small, the conflict might be bigger because there's that bigger drive for food. Hunger is a fantastic thing. It makes people and animals do very aggressive nature after that, and you can only know what you will do when you haven't eaten for a few days. Firstly, what you would be able to eat, and what you would do to get it. So if you've never been hungry, properly hungry, not just that you haven't had breakfast, if you haven't eaten for a week, then you comment on people that haven't eaten for a week and what they would do in that stage, well, you need to walk in their shoes to understand what the drive for food and what hunger can do to you. Righty, so our cheetahs are heads up and down. They're not going active just yet. It doesn't seem like, as we were speaking about hunger, I don't think they're hungry enough to go walking around and seeking animals in the heat of the day. But who knows, maybe somewhere at another location animals are hungry enough to be hunting or walking around and looking for food. Let's go see with Lisa.
Yes, indeed, Rolf. My Egyptian geese are on the hunt for some seeds. No, not much happening. I've just been checking out our Egyptian goose family, and all 6 of the little ones are still okay and alive and well. Which, again, the other day I thought about it and I thought, Lisa, it's not really fair that you blurt that out every single day, because it's not like there's lions and leopards here every single day. But still, you never know. I don't know what happens at night. There could be an owl or something that could potentially go for the little ones. I'm sticking to my guns. They are brilliant parents. They really are doing so good. Shame. That's a bit rude. Just chase that egret off. You see, this is the one thing that I don't like about Egyptian geese. They can be very bombastic. Just sort of like, make way, because we've got children. It's that time of the day. They're going to have a picnic. Some quality family time. And of course we are in the beautiful Okukoyo, keeping up with the Egyptians. I think we should make that a show too, FC. Keeping up with the Egyptians. Now of course our Egyptian goose family is still doing very well, generally from what we see this time of day. Generally this time of the day they do come to the shade to cool off and just catch a little bit of shade as opposed to being in the sun the whole day. You can imagine, especially on the youngsters, it is a little harsh on them for the whole entire day. But of course, welcome to Escape to Nature. We are on the beautiful Okukoyo in Namibia, and my name is Lisa. I am your waterhole naturalist. And we have really had an awesome day. We have seen elephants, buffalo, cheetahs, lions, water monitors. We've done a good spot of birding. So we really have seen so many animals today, and of course some wonderful antelope as well. Okokoyo has been fairly quiet in terms of mammal sightings, but super interesting to see these egrets. I do believe they are great egrets. Initially I thought they were the little egrets, but now I see the beak color. It's actually sort of more yellow color. So I think this might be the great egrets. And of course what they do is they love summertime too, just like so many animals. So what these guys do is you'll often see them with domestic cattle as well, but even more so with animals in general, impalas, oryxes, springboks, buffaloes, in Juma for instance. And as the animals move through the grass, they sort of flush insects, and those birds will then catch it. Leslie, good afternoon. You are saying only after you got married your husband took you to the Kruger National Park. You see, then I wouldn't even marry my husband because he'd need to take me there first for me to tie. No, I'm kidding. I'm so wonderful it happened though. It really is. It doesn't matter when you go. If you go as a child, if you go as an adult, it really does not matter, and I'm so glad you got to go. Kruger is really such a special place, such an awesome place. I've actually only been to the Kruger National Park myself, I think 3 times in my whole life. I've only ever really done safaris, you know, in the Sabi Sand and on private game reserves, so I'm really happy that you got to go to Kruger. It is such a magnificent place. And they've got so many incredible sightings, of course. But if you are wondering why Leslie gave me that random comment, I just wanted to know from all of you, where did your love and passion for wildlife start? Perhaps going on safari personally, perhaps you've just always loved it ever since you were a child. Perhaps it started with Wild Earth. Let me know where and why it started for you. You know, Leslie, I say that now, but thinking about it, my better half has not yet been to Kruger, so perhaps I should take him after we tie the knot one day. Or change tradition a little bit. But no, there's actually, even, you know, in South Africa, I've spoken to a lot of people who have not yet really ever been on safari, whether it be in Kruger or Pilanesberg, Shishluwe, wherever. Again, as I say, we should count ourselves very, very lucky and blessed for having gone on safari. And perhaps you haven't gone on safari. Perhaps you are still planning one. Let me know where you would like to go. If you need recommendations. But of course, that is the beauty about Wild Earth and everything that we do. If you are not able to go yourself, don't worry. We'll take you on safari with us. Darcy Miller. Good afternoon. It's so nice to hear from you as always. You are saying when you brought home an injured skunk. Wow. That is interesting. Goodness, it's wow. And I imagine, you know, you took it to the vet and everything, but it's shame. And then we think, why did the animals injure themselves? You know, a lot of the times when we look at these sort of things, more often than not, it's because of humans, you know, perhaps they stepped into a trap or a snare. I know that's a big problem in Kruger National Park. A lot of the animals picking up snares from people trying to catch them. I've referenced a lot, having worked with elephants up close and personal. But this one elephant, his name was Fishan. Beautiful, beautiful big bull. And the one day, they were also out in the bush and everything, and Fishan stepped into a manhole. And he actually sort of fractured his foot. Yes, his foot. And we had to get the wildlife vet in and, sort of have them come inspect and all of that, because the thing with Fishan is he was a part of a herd that had been rescued from Zimbabwe. So we brought the vet in and we casted Fishan's foot. Not me, not we. The vet did it, but I mean, the lodge had it done. And I think it took Fishan a couple of days and he broke the first cast off, because of course you can imagine an elephant wearing a cast is not a lot of fun. So he broke it off, smashed it against a rock and a tree and all of that, and eventually it cracked and he took it off. But again, it boils down to an injury that was due to humans, not necessarily purposefully, but a manhole is, of course, a man-made thing. So makes you wonder, how often can that happen in nature when they perhaps just step into a natural hole or an aardvark burrow or something like that. Perhaps there are things like that that do happen that we just don't know of. But as I say, a lot of these things happen due to us. But even if you perhaps find an animal and it wasn't human cause for that animal having an injury or something happen to it. Sorry, I think those are brushes. But definitely help as far as you can, and that is awesome, Darcy Miller. You and that skunk connected and your love started. And it really can be anyway. As I say, for some people it's birds. My niece that I keep referencing, she's got this fluffy white chinchilla cat. And adorable little thing, her name is Nala. But Nala loves catching birds. And sometimes she'll eat them, but other times she just leaves them. And then Alexandra, my niece, wants to lose her mind because she's like, how can she be so cruel and how can she do this to the birds? So, even at such a young age, she really does just want to help absolutely everything. If there's a beetle that flew into a window and is unfortunately dead, she wants to bury that thing. She wants to have a funeral. There has to be a proper service. So it really, as I said, really can be from a very young age that it's sort of instilled in us. Farah, I believe it is. You are saying this grass looks so nice and soft. Perfect for a picnic. I know. That is why the geese, they take their family every single day. They go for a little picnic, do their thing. But it really is, as I say, it's going to be super interesting to observe this area for the next month or so, because just a little bit of rain has done this already. Let me just actually give you a proper look at how green it is all around. So the springbok are going to come back. The rhino, not really. Of course, here we mostly have black rhino. Namibia is actually the location with the largest number of black rhino in the world. And they unfortunately eat leaves, but I can only imagine in the tree line, it is super, super green for them right now. Alrighty, well, speaking of green grass and the niceness of it and the lushness of it, I'm so excited now. Let's go over to Djuma because someone is out of the water. Look who came out for some salad. Super special, very special, super special to see to see this during the daytime. Of course, hippos for the most part only come out at night, really, or early morning, late afternoon, depending on the weather as well. If it's a super hot, open, humid day, they'll just stick to the water. But you can see there is a slight breeze now. It has become a little bit overcast. So that is definitely helping for this hippopotamus, whose name is Dewey, if you do not know him. And just look at all of your marks on you, Dewey. Goodness, sheesh. Now that can be from branches, thorns.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
It's not as hot, but I think it is becoming a little bit overcast now, and the fact that there is a breeze is definitely also helping. But this animal is not to be underestimated. It looks very big. You would think, oh no, that animal won't be able to catch me. They can run 40 kilometers an hour. Now that doesn't sound very impressive, but I promise you, you're not going to outrun him. And again, they are very territorial. It's not a case of coming after you and eating people or something like that. It's the mere fact that they are just trying to scare away whatever is there, or invading their space and their privacy and their territory. And then if people are in the way, they will get trampled. It happened especially years ago, when Africa was still much more rural and you'd have a lot of villages in the actual wild. So sorry, as I was saying, this happens a lot, or happened a lot, especially, more in the olden days where a lot of a lot of villages were still, literally in and around the wild. There are no fences or anything like that. And you can only imagine people wanting to go to a water hole to fetch water for the village, or perhaps to do some washing, or whatever the case is. Then if that hippo does feel threatened, again, they will just storm out, and in that process often people get trampled. And it still happens to today, but not as much as in the olden days. Of course, as humans, we are, I think, definitely taking over, and so there's no real chance to really be one with animals and nature and all of that. And I'm not saying it's a good thing that people got trampled, don't get me wrong. I do just feel that I, for instance, swam with hippos when I was a toddler. I know that sounds highly unbelievable, but it did happen. This was before my aunt actually built her house in the Sabi Sands. We were still living in a caravan. And so my aunt just has property in the Sabi Sand, and then my uncle has an actual lodge. And it was super hot. Believe me, it gets excruciatingly hot and humid here in the Sabi Sand. It was literally peak of summer, and us children just wanted to swim. Now, for us to swim, we'd have to, drive with our parents to my uncle's lodge and then swim there in the swimming pool, which also couldn't happen before 5 because all of the guests were, of course, using the swimming pool, and we didn't want to be a nuisance to anyone. And little Miss Lisa decided, well, there's water right in front of the caravan. Why will I wait for us to go to the lodge and swim there at the swimming pool? So I'm not sure where the adults were, but Lisa took the dogs, my aunt's dogs, and we went down to the water hole, and I swam. Not for very long, because my father came storming down and yelled, "Get out of the water!" And apparently there was a pot of hippos in the water. Luckily, it was a very big watering hole, so they were far away, but that is not the point. You do not want to be in their territory. And needless to say, that never happened again. But it's hot here. What was I to do? Plus, I had dogs with me. They were going to be my protectors in my mind, apparently. But that, again, those were the olden days. When things like that still really happened. Nowadays, it is much different. There are so many rules and regulations and all of that. It seems like that one oxpecker is just constantly going for that one open wound, which is not such a good thing. But luckily, Dewey's got a very thick skin, And if you are wondering what we are looking at right now, it is Dewey the hippo. It is not a moving rock. Alrighty, I will keep an eye on Mr. Dewey and see how long he is going to actually stay outside the water. But for now, I'm going to send you over to Nick, who's got my favorite animal apparently.
And we've managed to find ourselves a lovely herd of elephants here. What an incredible day today here at Kariega. And to get them right out in the open like this as well. You know, there's plenty of thickets and things around here, but it looks like they've just come to this this little clearing just to get a few grasses. You can see a lot of them pulling the grasses out with their trunks there. And that is essentially between our sunrise safari and escape to nature just here at Kariega. That's 3 out of the big 5, which is absolutely incredible. Earlier this morning in our sunrise safari we had our buffalo wallowing in the water. We had our dominant 2 male lions a little bit earlier. And now we've got these elephants, a lovely herd of elephants here. In terms of relation of where we are now, we've come slightly further west, closer to the top of the ridgeline. Bruce, I'm glad that we've made your day. Let me pan to the side here and I'll make your day even more. There's a tiny little calf. Look at that little dude. And he's quite a feisty little thing, that one. So I spotted these ellies from a little distance away, and in terms of the direction of movement, they've kind of been walking towards the vehicle here. So when I initially spotted them, I was behind them, so I thought, let me position the vehicle nicely so I can hopefully get all of them walking towards the camera. And that little one that we're looking at there, when I was driving around, kind of had a good sort of distance between us and the herd. He came running at the vehicle. He had his ears flared out to the side. He didn't give any trumpet or anything like that, but he came running. The little bodyguard of the herd, this one. Yeah, he made me have a good chuckle. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of you have seen the videos of, and hopefully you've actually even experienced it, of when you switch it off and you're in the vehicle and a herd like this comes closer to you, and a little one like we're watching will charge you, and someone in the vehicle will maybe move a little bit or something like that to potentially try and get their camera or something like that. And in the process of doing that, kind of the little one loses its confidence and runs back to mom to get a little bit of confidence, you know, rubs up against her for a bit of physical comfort, a little bit of reassurance, and once it's built up that confidence again, it charges the car. Didn't hear any trumpeting from this little one. But a lovely herd that we've got here. In terms of the positioning here, like I said, I've kind of intentionally positioned myself here, hoping that they'll walk towards us. But we'll wait and see what they do get up to. Looks like they're changing direction slightly. Margaret, in terms of if something gave the herd a fright, potentially like one of those male lions that we saw earlier had to walk past here, the herd would put the little youngsters in the middle. They'd form a circle and put the little youngsters in the middle, and ensuring their safety in so doing. They would form a protective barrier around them. Their ears would be flared out, making them look a whole lot bigger. And that would be pretty much the go-to for the herd in terms of protecting those little babies. Those little babies would know automatically that the center of the herd is the safe spot, and they'd be quite happy to be ushered there. I know it's a little bit challenging with the lighting conditions that we've got, but it is a stunning view. So you can see this female, this cow on the left-hand side. It looks like she's been throwing a little bit of sand and things over her head, over her back. Let me see if I can shift across here. Looks like we've got the rest of the members crossing over. Wow, they are going to come and walk relatively close to the car. It looks like they're following the road there. You can see a lot of them lifting their trunks up. They're smelling. The wind is blowing kind of from me towards them. So they've picked up on my scent. Here comes a little youngster. I'm just going to keep my voice down and let everybody enjoy this. This is absolutely incredible. Wow, what an absolutely incredible scene. And even from all of our locations here at Wild Earth today, I mean, we've had Dewey up in Djuma, we've had the Three Amigos at Amakhala, we've had the lions here, we've had these elephant, we've had buffalo. It's all been happening. Eddie, 100%, I agree with you. I also have no words. It's amazing just to sit and watch watch them doing their natural behavior, you know, watching them feeding the little youngsters, walking around. Amazing. And remember, all the while we're watching these elephants, they can be communicating with each other. Remember, as much as 80% of the communication of these elephants we can't hear. It's at frequencies that we just simply can't hear. So even while they're casually walking like this from A to B, there's a good chance that they're chatting to each other. One youngster saying, you know, who's this guy driving in the car? And another one saying they've got a lovely shrub that they're feeding on here. Amazing. Yeah, once they keep walking that way, unfortunately I won't be able to keep swiveling the camera. I mean, they've taken me all the way around the back of the vehicle here. But what an amazing experience to be able to just sit and have them approach us, have them approach the vehicle, and for them just to do their thing. Let me bring you back around this way here. Unfortunately, I won't be able to keep following them. Roxy, thanks for the question. It's a very good question. It's quite a chunky little chap at birth. Just over about 40 kilos or so. So already quite weighty. So quite big. Remember, the gestation is 22 months for an elephant, so just under 2 years. So very well developed when it does enter the world. And like we talked about in terms of protecting the little youngsters, you know, when the mother is giving birth, often you find the rest of the herd forming like a protective circle around that little youngster. And you can see this open area that we're having a look at. I'm sure this is the direction that they've come from, because I was driving one of the roads and I really thought I could smell that the elephants have been through here. You know, they have a very characteristic type of smell. And yeah, then I think they must have popped up from some of the thickets. And yeah, absolutely incredible to have them moving through this open area. And now they've kind of just walked off into the thickets behind me, potentially to go do a little bit more feeding. But a lovely, lovely scene nonetheless. Actually, they can move quite far, especially in times of when conditions become harder to find food. Remember, elephants don't really hold territories like something like a lion would do. They've more got what's kind of known as home ranges. I guess you could call it sort of favorite areas, if you want to call it that, of where they like to go. So nothing's really restricting them to an area. They basically come and go in terms of resources of food and water. So it's very hard to give a specific number of how far, you know, do they travel. In an area like this here in Kariega, where food is plentiful, water is quite plentiful as well, they don't really have to go too far. I was reading up on a research article that was following a group of 3 bull elephants. One of them has got a tracking collar on it to determine exactly where they are. And these elephants have been going between the Special Elephant Reserve in Mozambique, I think Maputo Land Elephant Reserve, been going between there going all the way to Swaziland. Then from Swaziland, they went further north, all the way up into Kruger. And the last that I read, they were quite close to sort of the eastern side of Kruger. And yeah, I mean, they've been going all over the place. You know, obviously there's lots of little corridors and things that they've been moving through. So they can definitely move a good distance. You know, food's really going to be a driving factor. You look at something like the Tembe Elephant Park up in northern KZN with Mozambique. That park was formed because of elephants. So in the Mozambican War, a lot of elephants took refuge in the sand forests of the area there, and then at night time they would come out and they'd raid the farms and all of the sort of the agricultural areas of the locals there, and would just absolutely ravage the areas. So in response, the Tembe Elephant Park was formed. A fence was put around mostly the sand forest and some of the other marshes and things like that. And it was purely the drive for food that was causing these elephants to just move all over, you know, come out of the sand forest at night. You can see we're looking at some euphorbias here, some river euphorbias in the frame. Kind of look almost similar to something like a cactus, huh? So this is going to be, I guess, a relatively common tree, if you want to call it that, throughout Kariega. Often finding them on a lot of the steep banks and things like that of the river systems and things like that. So it's quite hard to see from this angle, but it'll have one sort of main stem, one trunk at the bottom, and then that splits off into branches, and then you've got your little branchlets kind of dividing off of those smaller little branches. So in terms of the sort of the dividing of all those different little branchlets, it depends where you go. So if you look at it geographically, this tree will sort of divide itself differently in terms of the way it looks, its appearance. So here in the Eastern Cape, those little branchlets, those angled branchlets, mainly split into three. Whereas if you go further north, kind of like southern KZN and places like that, if you have a look at this tree, you'll find them in sort of branchlets. It'll split into 5, not 3. So that's quite a cool little fun fact for the day. Righty, I think let's take you across to Lisa, who's got Dewey.
What an awesome sighting, Nick. Brief but beautiful. We've still got Dewey, yes, and you can see the oxpeckers are really starting to harass him now. You can see there's one open wound specifically. Sorry, I always cringe because I can imagine how much that must sting for the animals. Of course, the other day we saw the buffaloes as well. And these oxpeckers, for the most part, you know, they do a lot of good for the animals in terms of cleaning them. But right now they are being parasites because they are not allowing that wound to heal. Not that, you know, they are doing that purposefully, knowing that, all right, let's keep this wound open. They are just going after the blood, the ticks, the maggots that might be coming out of that wound. But hopefully they won't bother him for too long anymore. Yes, Dewey, go back into the water. You tell those oxpeckers.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Madikwe, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
And as always, the Egyptian goose, or geese, the Egyptian goose family, also just moving around looking for some seeds. Then they'll come back to the water again a bit later and just cool off, much like Dewey. I am very surprised that we did in fact see him for such a long time out of the water. It is always so spectacular to see hippos, in particular, because you tend to underestimate them when they are in the water. You tend to think, no, it's not such a big animal, they aren't that impressive. But they really are. Swedish Julia, you are saying you love nature and so do your kids. I'm so happy to hear that. Honestly, it makes me so happy when we can encourage children as well to sort of have a passion for wildlife. And, you know, sometimes it actually encourages them from a young age to become vets in order to be able to help animals, or perhaps become a researcher, study animals. It really is so incredible. So thank you for that comment. And please do keep your comments coming on why and where did you start to love animals? How did it start for you and why? Mama Bear, you are saying you grew up on a farm and you've always loved animals, but we've definitely assisted in your love for the hyenas. You're welcome, and thank you so much for that. And what a privilege, again. I know I say that very often, but it really is. I think as human beings, we have to start just being more mindful of things that are a right and things that are privilege. So I think growing up on a farm, oh man, that must have been amazing. I personally am a city girl. I grew up in the city, but as I say, I was very fortunate to have been going to the Sabi Sand since I was very, very little. And that's where it all started for me, personally. My family all love animals too. And, oh man, I always love hearing from all of you, just where and how it started for you. And why you love animals. Because, of course, that is the one thing that connects us all. Is our absolute passion and appreciation for wildlife. Whether we are seeing the grey heron, or the egrets, or the rhinos, or hippos, or even, just the smaller insects and birds. All of this is so, so, so incredible to get to witness every single day. Nature Child, I like that name. You are saying you were privileged to have an uncle working in Kruger. You see, it helps when you know people. That's how it started for me. My family have been in the Sabi Sand for years and years and years. And, my uncles and my aunt inherited property. So it really helps when you know people, just like anything else in life. But that is awesome, and I'm assuming you've been going on safari since you were very young. But if you have, if you don't have an uncle in Kruger or you have never been on safari, I would definitely encourage you to step out of your comfort zone. It doesn't have to be tomorrow, it doesn't have to be next week or next month. But just challenge yourself in the near future to perhaps visit a national park. I know for me personally, I am so upset to this day. I don't believe in regrets, but I really am very sad that I never got to Yellowstone whilst I was working in the States. So wherever you find yourself, whether it's in Africa or in the US or wherever you are, definitely visit someplace, even if it's just perhaps a bird park, a rehabilitation center for birds. There really are so many places that we aren't even aware of that we can just go to visit. And the thing that I've often seen is, I've obviously had many guests from all over the globe in my career. I'm very lucky to be able to say that. And sometimes you have guests for like 3 days straight and you don't see lions or you don't see rhinos. And I think that's always a misconception that we have as people. You've gone through this trouble now, you're supposed to see something, even if you're perhaps just visiting Pilanesberg or Kruger National Park or wherever. Everything has to be enjoyed and appreciated. It really does. Lindsay, you are saying you went on safari in the Eastern Cape about 20 years ago. You see, that's something I haven't done. I've been to the Eastern Cape, but I've never actually been on safari in the Eastern Cape. I definitely do want to, especially since I've been with Wild Earth, watching Kariga and Amakala. I've really wanted to go there. Even Okukoyo, of course, in Namibia. There are so many places just within your own country that you still get to discover. So you are definitely ahead of myself on that one, Lindsay. And I'm sure it was much different or way more different than it is today. That was a good 20 years ago. Even Sabi Sand. When I look at Sabi Sand now, it's way different as it was a good 20 years ago. Yes, there are still a lot of similarities, but a lot has changed as well. I think in general, in the hospitality and guiding industry, things have become very, very, very different to what we knew as, children going on safari. Oh, Dewey is just relaxing now. And good afternoon. You are saying your wildlife love started in the 70s when you arrived in SA. Wow, that is incredible. That really is so, so incredible. When I talk to my father as well, my father's actually turning 70 this year, and when I talk to him as well, they went to Sabi Sand as teenagers, and the stories he also tells from so many years ago, but that is also where his love for wildlife started. So thank you for that, Annie. I hope you had a wonderful trip wherever you went. And as I have to say, that is one thing I do miss about actively guiding, going to, at the time it seemed like a hassle. Not a hassle, but like your day was so jam-packed. And then you literally do safari, you come back, you swallow some food and you chew it on the way to the airport. You had to pick up your guest, make sure they're all right. And of course, with the flights, we were there always at least half an hour to an hour beforehand. You pick up your guests, then you take them back to the lodge. And it was always so, for me personally, I remember after picking up guests, the first impala they see, the first giraffe, it's like, wow, stop. And then you have to be like, all right, take a picture, it's wonderful, woohoo, yay. But you sort of are in a rush too to get them back to the lodge because they still have to freshen up and have their lunch, in peace, and take their time and unpack their bags and then get ready for safari. So it really was. But thinking back on it now, I really sometimes wish that I just did take some more time, because some people came from very far away. The UK, Brazil, the United States. And often again, it just shows you how spoiled I was. But often I would forget, this is the first time for that person seeing something like an Egyptian goose, or a hippo, or a heron, or an impala, or whatever it is. So it's all right to just take a moment, let it sink in, absorb everything around you, and then carry on. It was tricky, I will be honest. Sometimes we actually drove groups as well, and which means you have more than one safari vehicle. So you're constantly coordinating with your partner or your colleague on what you are going to do when you are arriving to the lodge. And often you'll also have a coordinator on this group, so that's sort of your go-to person. And a lot of the times they would be like, hurry, we have to get back to the lodge. They have to unpack, they have to have lunch, they have to do this. And often I thought, what, I understand this is not your first time on safari, but your guests are also now experiencing a giraffe for the very first time. Because that's often what happened for me personally. I think it was something like a good 10 kilometers from the lodge to the airport, which doesn't sound like much, but if you're going through a wildlife reserve, then you really can see a lot of animals on the way. And it's always so fascinating to me, you know, how you can go from so many animals. I mean, we've had an elephant bull here, we've had massive groups of impalas, from bachelor groups to harems, to the waterbuck, to a kudu bull, a lot of activity in and around the watering hole, and then literally an hour, 2 hours later, it is super peaceful. And this has probably got to be one of my favorite things on safari. Just sitting next to a water hole and just waiting for whatever is already there, whether it's a hippo or, you know, some fishing birds like this beautiful grey heron. It literally, especially, you know, if I had birders, people that love watching birds, if I had them on safari, they'll tell you beforehand, you know, yes, we don't mind the elephants and the rhinos and the lions and everything. But we really, really just want to see birds. And so you tell them, all right, let's just go sit at Mongoose Dam or Kubu Dam or wherever we wanted to go. And we just sit and wait. Just like this patient heron, you know, looking for some fish. Yes. We know you see something. Do it. But of course, it has been a brilliant day on Escape to Nature. If you are only joining us now, we are now in the lovely Djuma in the Sabi Sand. Of course, my name is Lisa. I'm the waterhole naturalist. But today we have seen cheetahs, lions, elephants, buffalo, hippo, a lot of birds. We've even seen water monitors. It really has been such a successful... I'm struggling with a today. It's been a very successful day all around in all of our locations, from Amakhala to Kariga to Okokoyo to Djuma. It's really been an awesome day. And of course, you know, if you did miss the entire Escape to Nature, don't worry. We will definitely do everything we can to highlight all of the best bits. And of course, you can check that out on the Wild Earth app. You just go to highlights and then you can catch up with everything. And it's actually something I very religiously follow. When I've been off for a day or 2 or 3, I just check out the highlights to make sure there's, that I'm caught up on everything that's been going on at the dam cams and at our different locations. And it really is super nifty. Oh, come on, Heron. You guys did so well the other day. Yes, go to that area. That is actually where you did well. I think I should have a motivational talk with this heron. He doesn't seem too motivated right now. But I don't want any of you hearing that. You might think I'm harsh on it. So I'm going to send you over to Nick in Kariga so we can see what he's up to.
Lisa can have a motivational talk with the heron as well as with the lions for them to maybe give us that yawn that we've been hoping for. But no, I can't blame them for taking it easy. Nice to be back and having a look at our boys here. So this one that we're having a look at now is the second one, which we never really managed to get a great look at the first time. Remember, every time he kind of sat up and we'd pan across towards him, he'd poke his head back down. So nice to be able to get a good look. He is also a beautiful looking lion. His brother's still sort of 20 meters off to his right hand side here. We'll pan across to him just now. So you can see for this one he does have a collar around him there, which is quite a normal sort of process. So these two males have only been on Kariga now for around 6 months or so. So relatively new to this area here. A whole lot of new blood coming into the area, which is obviously a very good thing. And the Kariga team just wanting to keep a close eye on their movements, where they go to, how far they're moving, some of their favorite areas. And I'm sure soon enough, once they have settled in and found themselves a little bit of a routine, if you want to call it that, that collar will be coming off. But it will be providing some very, very important data. Jamie can see him constantly flicking his ear. I think the flies are still here. We may have left these males to go and look for those elephants that we had, but the flies did not leave. They've stayed here the whole time. And quite nice how he's almost got his paws rested on top of each other there. I feel like that's a much comfier spot than he had earlier. Earlier, when he was lying,
that we'll try to get you back to Nick and his sleeping lions as soon as we can. But how cool is that? I mean, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon and we are seeing lions out in the open. I'm sure many of you have seen, even in midday, even still, around 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, when you do see cats, generally for the most part, it'll be under a bush like we saw earlier on with Rolf's cheetahs. But again, it's depending on weather as well. If it is super hot and humid, they'll find as much shade as they can, whereas Nick has got a bit of an overcast day, so that really is helping a lot. And super exciting to be seeing lions there as well as elephants. We really have had a super day all around. And for us here in Djuma as well, we've seen quite a few birds. I'm very sad about the one sighting that I did not get to share with you. We had one of the woodlands kingfishers that had a skink and it sort of just mushed it up a little bit and then fed it to the chicks. I did not see the chicks, sadly. However, it was very cool to see the adult going in and sort of coming out with nothing left, just like we often see with the secretary birds in Amakhala. I always wonder, I think it must be very sad, you know, if you're a little chick in a tree or in a nest, wherever you find yourself, and you're waiting for your parents to come feed you. That must be scary. Like, how long will they be gone? Because they also can't determine it, you know. If they don't find food, they don't find food. Shame, I think it must be terrifying, but you probably just stick it out and annoy your sibling. That's what I would do, at least. Ooh, well spotted. Well spotted. Our zoomies, as always, are always able to find the woodlands kingfishers. Catherine, thank you for your comment. You are saying your love for wildlife started with your father, who had stories from Kenya and Tanzania. That's incredible. And that's also, you know, places I haven't been for myself yet. I've actually, when I was working for Disney, I worked with many people from there, and it was super educational, you know, learning from my own continent, which you would think you live on a continent and you know everything about it, but that was not at all the case. Wow, that has got to be amazing, and those stories, I can just imagine them. But of course, we are finally looking at our woodlands kingfishers. And they are always such a treat to see. And whenever we do see them now, you know, we really appreciate them because we won't be seeing them for that much longer. Of course, they are summer migrants. So they will take off again one of these days. So, I know you have probably heard about this, but we need to remind you, from the 23rd to the 27th of January, we'll be doing the back to school for the first hour of the Sunset Safari. And we're definitely looking forward to hosting all of the schools that are taking part in this. And we can't wait to hear all of your questions. All of the kiddies that want to know something about wildlife or Mother Nature. And of course, you know, this will be from all over. So we'll definitely see you then. Remember, it's the 23rd to the 27th of January. And that will be for the first hour of Sunset Safari. I know I'm super excited for that. It's always interesting, you know, when I converse with my niece as well. The things that she comes up with, like... I can't even think of an example now, but something as radical as, does a butterfly know when it's left, you know, when it's become a butterfly? Or something strange like that. Then you're like, wait, how did you even think of that? So I'm very excited for that.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Oh man, I got very excited there for a moment. I thought there's an animal moving behind in the bush. But it seems like it's only a couple of bushes that are being blown by the wind. Do my eyes deceive me? Anyway, we will definitely keep our eyes on the beautiful Gowrie Dam here in the Sabi Sand. But I think for now, let's head to Okokoyo to see what's happening there. Just look at these guys. They are loving this green grass. And that's why I'm saying it's very exciting. I mean, of course, our springboks and our oryx antelope are very, very general game that we see here in the lovely Okokoyo. This is the sort of habitat you'll find them in. But you can just imagine the excitement. Just imagine you were... Let me paint you a picture. You're on a very, very, very strict diet for, let's be generous, 4 months straight. You weren't allowed to have anything that was nice or yummy. You just had to eat, I don't know, think of the most horrible thing that you can think of. For me, it's baked beans. So for 4 months straight, you just had to eat baked beans because that's what all there was. It was nutritious, but it was not your favorite. And then all of a sudden, you've got sweeties all around. And that's what it's like for these animals, you know, the springbok. And of course, this is going to sound horrible, but for the predators as well. Like we saw the other morning with Taylor, you know, Marib's catching that baby warthog. This morning with Steve, that lioness catching the warthog. It's horrible to see, don't get me wrong. It is horrible to see, but in summertime, everything gets something. All of the herbivores get fresh grass, they get fruits, berries, new leaves, new twigs and roots and bulbs and things that are coming out. And of course, a lot of these animals are also having their babies in the summertime. So I've only so far seen one baby springbok, but not another one yet. So hopefully, but you don't know, they might be lying down and I might just be completely overlooking them. But speaking of predators, I'm going to try and send you back to Nick so we can say our final goodbyes to those beautiful lions.
We do have two predators, two large and in charge predators. Thanks, Lisa. They may look like sleeping cats, but they are lethal. Yeah, both of these males still resting, taking it easy. This one definitely seems to choose the funkiest positions of the two, I would say. Mike, 100%, 1000%. It's been an incredible day in Kruger today. We've had a little smattering of everything. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Lions posing for us as well. Yeah, it's been an absolutely lovely day. And we've still got the sunset safari to look forward to as well. So everybody must definitely stick around and see what's in store. You never know what might come along. It's quite a nice angle from here. You can see we're almost completely eye level with him. And the splash of green that we've got all around this lion is absolutely incredible. It's quite striking. I feel like in this scene, if I had to shoot this scene horizontal like this, as landscape is the right sort of orientation, I think I would maybe underexpose it slightly, just because it is quite glary out here. You can see some of the whites on his chin and his leg is quite bright, So I think I would maybe underexpose it by like a third, maybe even a little bit more than that. A third of a stop, technically speaking. And then I think I would put it maybe in Lightroom, and I would increase the lights. I would increase the whites, because that, you know, they'd be toned down by underexposing it. But by increasing those whites, it would make them pop. But everything else would be darker. Your background would be darker. And you know, obviously the greens, the grasses that we've got in the foreground, you can see are quite light, as well as that one sort of greenish shrub in the background. So that would bring out a lot more sort of color there. But I feel like it would give it quite a bit of depth. It would really help to get that lion to pop. You know, it would be nice if we could get a little bit of eye contact. If he kind of just gave that one eye, opened it, and gave us a little bit of a hairy eyeball. He's swatting flies. He's just trying to have a restful sleep here, and those flies just will not leave him alone. I can see we've got some, it looks like potentially jackal buzzards flying up overhead. If they did have to call for us, it might cause these lions to lift their head and take a little bit of a look. So let's wait and see. Quite happy, quite content for the moment. And although it kind of does look like they're passed out, you know, obviously we've seen them swatting flies and things like that, they're still very alert of all of the surroundings here. Along the way, they would pick up that sound. If any antelope was moving through here, you know, remember they are right next to a waterhole here, so there is a chance something like an Inyala or bushbuck could come and drink. And you'd see they would immediately sit up. They'd immediately have all their focus on the direction of where that noise is coming from. So don't let this fool you. They're still very alert. But remember, with these two individuals being brothers, they're definitely going to stay together. You know, they're a stronger force to be reckoned with together. That's not to say that they will stay together 24/7. You know, they're a coalition. They will stay together in the larger sense of things. But you know, one's allowed to go off and patrol the territory somewhere else, and you know, meet up with his brother a day later. You know, if one male goes and mates with a female, the other one can head off and do something else. It's not set in stone that you will find them together all the time. But they will definitely draw a lot of comfort from being together. You know, they are brothers, so there's definitely a strong bond between the two of them. And if you look at sort of coalitions of male lions throughout South Africa, so obviously not just at Kariega, but throughout South Africa, the more males there are in that coalition, it's generally the the more of a force they are to be reckoned with. There's formidable coalitions of sort of 5-6 lions that have occurred. You look at some of those huge coalitions move through the areas of Djuma and places like that. The Mapojos being one of them, 6 of them. Majinga lions being another force to be reckoned with. The Matimbas, another 6. There's plenty of big male lion coalitions that have proven to be effective, in terms of them staying together. Wendy, no problem. I'm glad that we could bring these lions and the elephants to you. Definitely, it's been a special treat to have both of them in one... back down he goes. That was too much effort. It's definitely been lovely to have both lions and elephants in one little session here, just in a few hours. Not too sure what got the attention of this male like that all of a sudden. While we were talking about coalitions of other male lions, he for some reason just popped his head straight up, had a look in the direction of the water, so behind that other male, but didn't really keep his interest for all too long. But like I said, I'm so glad that we could bring a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and lovely to see the 2 dominant male lines of Kariega. And who knows, maybe we can give it a crack tomorrow and potentially see if we can get lucky. But I think for now, let's take you across to Lisa and see what she's got.
Thank you, Nick. You really have had a good day in terms of the bigger animals today. And right now, the springbok are slowly coming to the waterhole, which is super interesting. It really just goes to show how animals prioritize in terms of what's available. When there was no green grass around, they would sort of stick to the tree line, come to the water, stick around for a bit, and then traverse back into the tree line. But they haven't been drinking as much water the past couple of days. And of course, that is, as I say, when it rains, everything gets rejuvenated. It gets new life. The grass is full of nutrients, the leaves, everything. So that is why they don't necessarily have to drink as much water as they generally do. But it is always such a treat to see these beauties. They really are one of the most beautiful antelope in Africa. And of course they are our national animal. I almost said anthem. Goodness, Lisa. That's an antelope. But no, they are very beautiful animals. I personally enjoy them a lot. But of course I enjoy absolutely anything and everything out here. From the springboks to the Egyptian geese, to the egrets, to absolutely everything in all of our locations. And I'm sure all of you do too. Yes, that one is now tired. You must be friends with the lions, because you didn't even do that much. I sincerely hope and believe that all of you have also had a lot of fun with us today on Escape to Nature with all of our awesome sightings and animals. And as always, thank you so much for keeping in touch with us, sending through your questions, sending through, for me personally, why you love wildlife and what got you into it. And I hope you stay into it for the rest of your life. And of course, you can always do so. We will assist you in doing so. by taking you with us on Escape to Nature, on Sunset Safari, on Sunrise Safari, on Penguin Beach, which, speaking of which, after this, it'll be Penguin Beach, and then it will be Sunset Safari, so we really do hope you stay tuned for that. But of course, we'll be back again tomorrow with Escape to Nature, and Alex will be your waterhole naturalist. And I do believe you will see a lot of incredible things like you did today. But I really want to thank all of you for spending your time with us today on Escape to Nature. And again, thank you so much for each and every question, comments. Please do know that we appreciate it so much, and we love chatting to all of you about everything, from the locations to the animals, absolutely everything. So from myself, Lisa, your waterhole naturalist, it has been a pleasure as always. From Nick and his lions and elephants and buffaloes and everything in Kariga, thank you. And of course from Ralph in Amakhala, it really has been a wonderful day. We'll see you tomorrow.